first for Arrow to be a goober? How dare you? I'm offended you would say such a thing. Oh, let me pop you out. Ha. Oh. You too volunteer as tribute? I mean, I guess if that's really what we're doing here. Yes, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I have not eaten food, so we're about to have an ad break in about 20 seconds. So I'm gonna go eat some yogurt and some granola, and hopefully just like consume it in the span of 3 minutes. Straight arrowing it by, let's just say, my rights. Are you happy for that? Are you proud of yourself? Because I'm not proud of you. I'm not happy. I'm not laughing. You got the whole squad laughing. Ink for the ink god! Yeah, me too. Okay, I'm gonna go eat food. And welcome back, everyone, from the ads. You know, it might not have been a wise decision for me to eat granola before stream, as pretty consistently, every time I have anything crumbly, I will just like completely wreck my throat. But why am I connecting my AirPods? What the frick? What the heck? No, I want to connect my tracking software for my VtuberEN. Oh gosh. Oh goodness gracious. Hello. Hi. How goes it? Ba-bum. So if you don't know, around here, we like to do a thing where, because you give me your attention, I want to give you my attention. You're so kind and you're so attentive, and I am so appreciative of you that if you say hi in chat, I'll say hi back. So everyone, whether you're a lurker, whether you're watching the VOD, whether you're in chat right now, if you want to just say hello, I'll try my best to respond to you. Thank you very much for the follow. Mrs. Tink Crack is how I'm going to interpret that, and not the other interpretation. If you're a Mr., my apologies. Your name is disgusting. Why am I here? Just to watch every single morning. I feel my coding software break. Hey, XF, Violet, Cheese Prof, Wolk, Can, Monkey, Golden, Max. Saw someone else that I don't remember the name of. I'm so sorry. Someone was here earlier, or that might have... No, that's just Monkey. Never mind. Arrow, Lord Drop, I eat food. I do eat food. Ahoy, ahoy, Captain Yuri. Listen, I was never, like, formally promoted in the military, so I don't know if I feel comfortable taking on the rank of Captain Yuri. However, should we treat it more as, like, an honorary thing, right? Like, a honorary degree from a university, and I am honorarily inducted into the captainhood of Yuri. I mean, like, sheesh. Ladies. The S in BDSM stands for software. Yeah, what does the rest of it stand for? Why are you breaking programming? Because if you've ever programmed anything and it worked the first time, you did not program. You simply masqueraded coding and passed it off as if you were producing something. The core tenet of programming is, I'm going to try it once and it's not going to work. And then I'm going to spend an hour fixing it. And then after I fix it, it breaks something else in the code that I need to spend another hour fixing that thing that got broken. That is programming in a nutshell. Programming, drogamming, software programming. The ladies will be just as honored as you. Listen, in my experience, the ladies are not honored by me being Captain Yuri. Although maybe that's because I didn't introduce myself by my title. Do you think that if I went up to a random lady and I was like, hey, you can call me Captain Yuri? I don't think a lot of them would get it. I don't think a lot of them would understand. Imagine, like, you're just living your life and then this absolute baddie walks up to you and they, like, firmly shake your hand, look you up and down, and then whatever your orientation, they're just like, yeah, you can call me Captain that. Captain lesbian. Captain gay. Binary data software misdemeanor? Oh, that's what happens when you break it. It's a misdemeanor. Empress Yuri? Would I be an emperor or an empress? Because, like, I'm non-binary, right? I don't care, right? If I'm king, if I'm queen, if I'm monarch, whatever. Don't really care. Do I give off more emperor or empress vibes? That is my question. I freaking get so frustrated. I get so frustrated with, why does my own chat tell me to gift a sub to my chat? And it blocks chat messages to tell me to do this. And it is so minorly frustrating that I have to deal with that every single time I open chat. Who here doesn't know what we're programming today? Who here has no clue what we're working on? Because I have not worked on this in like a month, given that I was focused on the Neolithic. And prior to that, I worked on it like 3 times. And the time before that, it was like years since I worked on it. So, for those of you who don't know, we are making a visual novel where you are a game master that joined a new group, and the whole game is, I describe it as a platonic dating sim. You are going through and running games for this TTRPG group and trying to get them to like you. However, they have different interpretations and desires in what they want from a game, what they want from the system. So you have to balance a character that likes combat with a character that likes exploration, and someone who likes a silly game and a serious game. And the whole point of the game is that 1 month from now, 4 sessions from now, you are going to a con, and you want a con buddy. And this is your prom. This is your date. This is your, like, woohoo. This is your, at the end of the game, you ask someone out effectively to see if they want to go to the con with you. And so the whole point of the game is, as you're playing through this, you can determine, hey, I really like player 2. I want to make a game that I know player 2 will like, so that I can then hang out with player 2 at the end. But also, if you piss off all the other players, you're going to have a group that's all pissed off at you. So that's the balance that we're trying to ride. We have a bit of it done already. Do we want to hop in? Do we want to see how this goes? Last VOD I saw was Kane. Well, yes, because I was talking Kane recently. All of the programming in the past, like in 2026, all of the programming has been on Twitch. And prior to that, I think I still only did programming on Twitch. Literally friend kisser RPG. I mean, I guess, like, you could call it that if you want. Oh, goodness gracious. I need to step away for like 30 seconds. My apologies. Sorry. I just had to come back. It's a whole process. I went to the Shadow Realm. I came back. It's a horrifying experience. I had to scream out my lungs the entire time. It's fine. Hi. Is there a player in this game that's a murder hobo? No. So what I did is I made it that the 2 axes, one is 3-dimensional. Basically, the 2 main through lines of what they want is they can either want a serious game or a silly game. Or, so like they want one of the 2. Or they want a game that's combat oriented, a game that's social oriented, like role playing, and a game that is exploration and puzzle oriented. And all of them have a different combination. So some of them like only a serious game, not a silly game, and don't have any preference for combat versus role playing versus exploration. Some of them like a silly game and not a serious game, and also only want combat. And then some of them have like, oh, I really like role playing. I really don't care how serious or silly the game is. But I really don't like combat. And so like you have different characters that all want that. So if I run a combat oriented section of the game, that will make some players happy, some players upset, some players won't care. And then the default is if they don't care, you're a competent enough GM that they like it, right? That's the assumption. So unless someone actively dislikes something, you will always get positivity with them. So you kind of have to try to not run a game that a player is going to like, unless you in particular like love combat and you're running for someone who hates combat, right? One of the characters hates combat. You only choose the combat options. So let's start. What's the name your friends call you? I think they call you the Arrow Kissers. Would you like to play the tutorial? The tutorial is relevant. 64 Shades of Positive Social Interaction, the musical. What? Or I suppose I should have said Friend Kisser RPG. That is what it's basically. This is the Friend Smoocher. Okay. As you can see, there's no art, there's no music. Please, should I turn off the music for the... This is the proper experience. No music in the background, no artwork. It is simply a blank screen with white text on it. Because, as you might have guessed, this is not very, very far along in development. Multiple people have said they really like the characters, though. So I guess that's a win. I'm not going to do this to you, though. I am going to put on, like, ambient music. Arrow, if streaming is your power, what are you without it? A writer, a game dev, a VTuber, a video editor, script writer, absolute failure. I mean, like, take your pick, really. I'm multifaceted. Would you like to play the tutorial? Come on. He literally said, what are you going to do, stab me? That's an invitation if I've ever heard one. Well, player 2 does have a point. It doesn't matter if he had a point or not when he has a body count. We all have body counts. It's that not all of us have warrants out for our arrest. And I don't have that yet. So, you helping me move the body or not? Also, featherless biped. I was actually talking with someone and they brought up... They said that I was Diogenes if he was a VTuber and less philosophical. And so my response was, in the lecture hall, straight up beholding it. And by it, let's just say, a man. And I found that funny. So, oh, whoops. I skipped ahead. Don't worry about it. Spoilers! Spoilers! So, you helping me move the body or not? I don't think you should have killed him to begin with. Well, player 2 did, so we just kind of got to roll with that. I can summon a lesser highborn to deal with the body. You sure? I thought you were tapped. A lesser highborn is at will if I don't control it. It might just steal the body if we leave it alone. That sounds like a terrible plan. It's a terrible plan for a terrible situation. I'd say that's a match made in heaven, or the high plane in the case of this game setting. That sounds more trouble than it's worth. Well, you're the one to talk about trouble. At least I'm trying to clean up my mess without making a scene. Since the deed is done, I can at least help with that. Player 2 looks across the table at player 6. You think this is a bad plan, right? As attention shifts to player 6, they give a non-committal shrug. I just think we need to get this body hidden. Anyway works. The table seems split on this decision. Everyone is on board with hiding the body, but they disagree on how to go about it. Player 1 and player 5 think the best course of action is for player 1 to summon a lesser highborn to deal with the body in a natural way. This would be hands-off, for good or for ill. Player 2 and player 3 are of the opinion that hiding the body using mundane means would be the least risky. An involved process to be sure, but one where the party knows exactly how it will resolve. Player 4 and player 6 don't seem to have strong opinions, and we'll just go with the group. How do you want to handle this division in the party? So, this is the core of the game. Setup happens. You're thrown into the middle of a session. The players are doing player nonsense. They're arguing. They're getting up to shenanigans. And you have to decide, like, are you going to step in and mediate? Are you going to let them sort itself out? Are you going to add an in-game complication to push the story along? So what would you choose? And yes, one of them is Team Mom Forever TM. That is one of the players. It was the former GM of this group that you have since taken over of, as she needs like a month break. So you're running a mini campaign in her stead. And she is the team mom, and she is also the forever GM. So if you have an opinion on what to choose, you can say that. But the whole point of this game is that it's, instead of literally running a TTRPG session where you have to have like branching decisions and all of that, it's basically you get the last 15 minutes of a session, or the last like scene of a session that you run. And so presumably before that point you ran the session however you did, but on screen, so to speak. That is when you start like telling the group like, hey, here's how it goes. I'm going to add in much combat. I'm going to be super aggressive or super permissive. That is more interesting than I anticipated. Really? What did you anticipate, I wonder? So, but the whole point of this is that the goal is that you get to guide how the group plays. And instead of doing like the entire game step by step, which I think would be super fun, I don't think would be the best use of time. you get to do little vignettes.
Yummers.
Tiny, you can't just give me bits. Thank you for the 10 bits. What do you call a medieval lamp? A night light. I don't get it. Can you please explain the joke? When you get back from being soup, can you explain the joke to me, please? So yeah, does anyone have any strong opinions? Or do you just want to soup? We do have soup. In case you were wondering, off to the left, we do have soup. We have the maw that has a beret, because we no longer have a screen, a window where that little section needs to be covered. So if you want to hop in the soup, there's Jimbo there. There's a tortured like alien creature in there that's wearing a beret. The abstract you gave had me confused how that would work overall. Yeah. So for instance, if we add an in-game complication, the best way to have a decision reached is to force its hand. Therefore, it's time to ratchet up the tension. As you're discussing this, presumably you're keeping quiet? Yeah, we're whispering in the shadows nearby. As you whisper argue, you hear footsteps from around the corner. The flickering of torchlight licks the shadow's edge and is accompanied by the jingling of mail. A guard? Exactly. A guard is patrolling the street, no more than 10 meters from you. A building hides you from their sight, but they're getting closer. Can we tell which house they're from? Not yet, but if you wait a few seconds, they'll enter your line of sight. Won't that mean they can see the body? If they're paying attention, yeah. Screw the highborn plan. We gotta hide this now. Already on it. I rush forward and drag the body further into the alley. Let the specialist handle it. I know player 6 has some sort of stealth ability. Okay, just do it quickly. I use my tier 1 low caster ability to move silently and drag the body into shadow. Player 6 rolls a pair of d6s to see if they take damage from activating their ability.
Yummers.
A 7. 1 off. It's only 1 less than 8, so it's only a point of damage. You're fine. How are you feeling? Well, if I rolled snake eyes, I'd be down and out, so I'm better than I could have been. Either way, your ability activates, and now you're moving silently. Serious pog. So, this is just like a dev comment. By pushing forward the complication, that not only made you more of an adversarial GM in the system's eyes. There's systems for if you're the sort of GM that tries to work with the party, if you're the sort of GM that likes to sit back and let the party do their thing, or if you're the sort of GM that challenges the party, like pushes them actively. But there's also a system where like anyone that likes a serious game liked that. A nightlight, a night used for a lamp. Yeah, I understood, Tiny. I was teasing. You would like this. Player 6 approaches the body. You built Zerstrada to be a stealth machine, right? Correct. And you tanked your strength to do so, right? The body feels like a rock. Not just that it's heavy, but the guy has stone skin and metal armor on top of that. I sneak back to the group and whisper, Character 2, how did you even kill him? Stabbed him? Okay, well, he's not moving. I can help out. You get the legs, I'll get the arms. I'll support where needed. Okay, since you're all specialists, you can do this quickly, quietly, and without too much fuss. Where are you stowing it? Sewer? Nah, the Thieves Guild would have questions. Hide it in a dumpster. And the Thieves Guild won't find it there? Shush, you're not involved. But yeah, what he said. Just trust me. Fine. You stow the body in a dumpster with a soft but audible thud, cushioned by refuse. Are you doing anything special? You mentioned the sewers are from before the town was settled. Yes? Player 3 shakes her head. She seems to know where Player 4's antics are head. This town doesn't have any sort of public sanitation, at least not on the same level as a major city. Therefore, it's reasonable to assume no one will check the dumpster until we're gone. I don't know if that logic checks out, but sure. The body's hidden well enough and you return to your group in the alley. Now that the body's safely hidden, the guard continues along their path. Even with their lazy gait, they seem alert and ready. Can we see the house now? Yeah, you see the pauldron is wrapped in the red and blue cloth of the Malkas. Player 5 lets out a whistle. Glad we didn't get spotted by them. With a tap on your phone, you notice the time is 20 minutes past when you said you'd wrap up. Unless you had something specific you wanted to do, I think we can end there for the week. I know folks wanted to end on the hour. Sorry about that. No, I think we're good to wrap up there. So, who's staying after? Here I thought we were escaping that little chore. Player 3 turns to you at your confused expression. In our group, it's a tradition for one player to stay after the session to help the GM clean up. I'll do it this week since, as the old GM, I've never had to do it before. No, you don't have to. Let Arrow Kissers assign it like normal. At Player 3's insistence, everyone else winds down and grabs their things to go. The bustle of the crowd fades as folks return to their cars. The group really appreciated you stepping up to run for them and are excited for next week. Yes, this is the TTRPG platonic dating sim. The "what are you gonna do, stab me" joke got funnier for me lately because a character that keeps saying something along those lines before a thing happens that they know the thing will happen. It's really funny. I do find it really funny. He said, "What are you gonna do, stab me?" And then I stabbed him. Brothers and sisters in the soup, greetings. I humbly request 4 games and accompanying DLC. Let's finish 1 game first. And then once I get like the entire schema done, then we can worry about like art and music and like making it pretty. And then we can worry about 4 games and DLC. So how was it? First session for a group of strangers? How'd it go? How do you feel that session went? It went well. You had no idea what happened. A lot happened that you hardly remembered. I feel like you're a better judge of it than I. I mean, like, I added a lot happened that I can hardly remember because, like, I think it's fair to be like, listen, girl, I just got here. I just started playing this game. I participated in like 5 minutes, maybe, of the session. So I think it's fair to say a lot happened that I hardly remember. But you could also be like, yeah, well, I think it was fine. All's well. Let me drink some water. Sippy sippy. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. I also love that joke. I hope I have similar last words. Listen, if I were to get stabbed and expire, or even not expire, and I just get stabbed, and prior to them stabbing me, I said, "What are you gonna do? Stab me?" Is it bad? I would want that to become content. like literally, you are witnessing my execution. But I feel like it'd be really funny. It's like, what are you gonna do? Shoot me? And then, boom. Like that. So, I a lot happened that I hardly remember. Really? You seemed on the ball the whole session. Like you had the plan for everything. But hopefully having at least one familiar face made it easier for you. A familiar face? Who's the familiar face? Having the group's ex-GM in my pocket certainly made things less stressful. She's in your pocket. After all we've been through, I'm just an ex-GM. In all the years I've known you, you haven't run for me once. To be fair, I was busy running for these nerds. As you can see, they're quite the handful. So player 2 really stabbed that guy. Player 1 immediately tried summoning a highborn. There's this one ex-GM who's super argumentative. Are we going to be teasing the team mom, or are we going to be talking about how, like, no, player 2 really stabbed that guy? Would you rather have infinite bacon but no more games, or games, infinite games, and no games? What? Games, infinite games, but no games? What? What the frick? Huh? James Bond is having a strong? Huh? I think player 2 really stabbed that guy. That guy did ask for it. Oh, so you're on his side now. I'm on anyone's side who isn't you. Maybe it's a good thing this is my first time meeting all of them. How'd I do? I think they like you. They're cool, you're cool, so that was a given, but still. You challenged the party and threw wrenches in our plans. It was way more tense than I expected it to be. In short, I think you did great. I appreciate it, but I couldn't tell. I feel like I don't have a read on anyone yet. That'll come to you in time. Just keep an eye out for what players respond to. And this is where the tutorial comes in. Every player has different things they want from the game. For instance, I really enjoy role-playing and social encounters in a serious game. Generally, at least one person loves every style of play, and at least one person hates that same style. How did this group not fall apart already? We're all adults. Just because your session affected someone's mood doesn't drastically affect their opinion of you. It adds up over time, but someone's opinion of you is slow to change. You might ruin their mood for a day, but they don't hate you for it. They'll probably move past it by the next session, but if you constantly ruin their mood, they probably won't have a high opinion of you. And if I run sessions they enjoy, they're more inclined to like me. How you run the games will definitely impact their mood, but so things like these after-session cleanups. You can't build a friend group without putting in some effort. Wait, did you use this game as an excuse to get me to be more social? No, I'm using this game as an excuse to get my antisocial friend to integrate into my gaming group. And to stop being a forever GM. Well, it's only a mini campaign, but I won't say no to a 4-session break. 5, if you count this one. It's already over, so I'm counting my time remaining. This will be 4 more sessions until the con. 1 month of freedom. I forgot you're hosting a tournament at LitCon. Excited? Hardly. I'm just helping out a friend. But speaking of, if you want to get a con buddy, you'd best hope someone likes you enough to go with you. Or I could just go myself. Cons are social experiences. I know you're a lone wolf or whatever, but give it some thought. I'm sure you could convince anyone in the group to go with you. It's just a matter of befriending them first. Player 3 leaves. Any one of these players could be my con buddy. Could be fun. Just a matter of getting at least one of them to like you enough over the course of the next 4 sessions. Player 1 had a bad time. Player 2 enjoyed the session. Player 3 enjoyed the session. Player 4 didn't have fun. Player 5 had a good time. Player 6 enjoyed the session. So, 4 out of 6, not that bad. We love in-world tutorials. Yeah, so that was my... Like, everything that I mentioned before showing off the game was explained right there. It is, you have everyone, they like different things, they all, like, are mature enough to not hate you if you just, like, have one session that they don't like. And then after the sessions, they're going to chat with you. They're going to have little conversations with you. And I had an in-world explanation for why you can, quote unquote, like, go on dates with them, which is, there's a tradition in their group that if you... Like the GM chooses someone to help clean up, and that's the perfect opportunity to get to know them better. Is it wrong to say that I immediately want to run for Team Mom since she's giving the tutorial and usually in dating sims, the friend who shows you the ropes is best? Gaia, you are so valid for that. That's not wrong at all. That is the correct option. Childhood friends to lovers / best friends to lovers is peak, and I will not hear otherwise. That said, this is platonic in most of the routes. There is a romance option for each character, but it is like, it's subtle and it's not like we start dating. It's like at the con you start flirting, right? And that, like, I explicitly wanted it not to be, oh, we fall in love after a month and 4 sessions. I wanted it to be, oh, we caught feelings after a month and 4 sessions. Yes, agreed. See, y'all get it. Y'all get it. You understand. My model is breaking because my model agrees so much. Oh my gosh, what is happening? Ah! What the frick? What the frick? Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me, model? Why are you the way you are? Hello? Hello? Can I please open my software? Are you just not loading? Do you just hate me? Okay, there we go. Our Monarch did the big boom. Boom! Okay, so for those of you who don't know, I played Armored Core on stream. Ah! What? Ah! I was delayed. My arrival was foretold by this ninja smoke screen. I really enjoyed Armored Core 6, and I played through it on stream like a year ago at this point, and I really enjoyed it. S-ranked every mission, had a lot of fun with it, and like I watch VTubers, that's why I'm a VTuber. And Doki Bird was playing Armored Core yesterday, and she did the exact same thing I did when I played, which is for the entirety of chapter 1, 2 bazookas. Like, head empty, brick against a wall, 2 bazookas, no thoughts, just like blow everything up. Also, I totally respect that we are best friends. We can flirt totally harmlessly. Oh, what with the with Team Mom? Yeah. I mean, like, and that's the thing is, I over the course of my life have developed to the point where I've learned how to flirt harmlessly with my friends without intent. I have learned via exploring my own comfort and boundaries how to playfully flirt without intent and without catching feelings and without anyone having miscommunications. And I think it can be really fun. I don't think it's for everyone. It's definitely a sometimes food. But speaking of sometimes foods, I had yogurt and granola earlier. And like, I chose that. That's an old person meal. I'm old. I had that realization. Like, I take out a cup of yogurt and I put some granola in it, and I'm just like, wow, this is something my mother would do when I was growing up. Am I a hag? If I'm non-binary, am I hag or am I unk? Arrow writes is never late, nor are they early. They arrive exactly when they need to. And when exactly they need to is often 3 to 5 minutes after stream starts. Hey, B. I've literally talked to my friends stating when I say these things, it is always a joke, no intention behind them, and we agreed and went from there. Granola and yogurt was a kid snack for you. It's just delicious. I mean, like, it is delicious. However, I had this like double chocolate. You already know. It's been half an hour. We gotta get in. We gotta get it. I had this like double chocolate granola that I got from this like local like grocery bargain market, and it was so good. And then we went to, like, my roommate and I, we went to a different store, and I thought that we got it from that other store, so I was looking for it and couldn't find it. And so I just got this like chocolate and hazelnut granola, which is fine, but like, this was so good. It was putting just like chocolate crumbs into my vanilla yogurt. Arrow writes food reviews. All right, my food reviews. Eating food is pretty pog. I need to do it more. And I think that I'm not the best person to review your food. So Arrow food reviews, everything gets the pog stamp of approval, so long as it is within your dietary constraints. And that is the end of Arrow food reviews. Yay! Arch Arrow writes, consumer of yogurt and granola. Is granola... Okay. Granola? I'm not a fan of granola. Generally. However, I'm also not a fan of yogurt normally. The reason I like them so much is because the yogurt gives texture. Or sorry, the granola gives texture that the yogurt desperately needs. And the granola gives texture that the yogurt desperately needs, and the yogurt gives a creaminess to make the granola easier to eat. Right? Does that make sense? I like them as a combination. This is the exact opposite of fruit and chocolate. Fruit and chocolate, I love each of them individually. Dark chocolate and strawberries. Like, dark chocolate is my favorite chocolate. Strawberries are my favorite fruit. Put them together, I will struggle to eat them. I'm not a fan. I don't know what it is. Chocolate plus fruit, never been a big fan. I can't eat / drink most yogurt. Who would drink a yogurt? I mean, I guess like a Danimals. I guess a Go-Gurt. I guess one of those like yogurt shakes that are gourd shaped for easy transport abilities. However, when I think yogurt, I think like a bowl of yogurt. Although, because of time constraints, I just opened one of those little cups that we have. Not even chocolate, strawberry. That's the thing. Like, strawberries and chocolate. Not a fan. Not a fan. Fruit and most other things. Not a fan. Now, chocolate and pretzels. Pretzels, unironically, my favorite snack. It has like been brought up multiple times that like people, when they want to rizz me up, they'll like offer me pretzels. Not like as a joke. When people in the comments like want to rizz me up, they're like, hey, want to go out with me? I'll buy you some pretzels. And then I'm like, you know what? That is kind of tempting. No, I must resist. I really like pretzels. Chocolate and pretzels, very pog. Very amazing. Freeze-dried strawberries and cereal. That's the thing. 1, I don't eat cereal. 2, I generally don't eat freeze-dried fruit. I don't like dried fruit. Like raisins, apricots, like dried peaches, dried mango, dried pineapple. Like, not a huge fan of most of those. I have found most fruits I actually don't like. However, I was at the Asian Mart the other day. I was in the mood for a pear. It's been years since I've had a pear, let alone wanted a pear. And the last time I remember like rocking pears was when I was in kindergarten. And I remember getting home from school off the bus. It was like noon because I was in the first half of the day, and then a different class would come for afternoon classes. So I would get home and I would take a pear from our fruit bowl and I would go on our couch and I would watch TV, and there was some show aimed at children when I was growing up that was about like fire trucks that had faces, and I would eat a pear. And that was the last time I remember. That was the last time I remember like rocking pears. And I was just like, hey, do you want to get some pears? And they're like, and my roommate's like, yes. And then we thought we could get 6 for 10 moon pears. Turned out it was actually 3, which is not a good deal. Apparently moon pears are very good. We ended up going with, I think it was just Korean pears. But anyway, pear, pretty good. Very mild. Very mild. I described it as a LaCroix fruit, if you know what that means. Pears are good. They got nice taste. Pears are subtle. Like, I don't want, like when I bite into a green apple, because I like green apples, I actually don't like red apples. When I bite into a green apple, I want the sour tartness of the green apple. When I bite into a strawberry, I want the tartness. I like tart, in case you couldn't tell, of the strawberry. I like slightly unripe blueberries because they're still tart. They're not like sweet. Pineapple, I like the bite of it. Pears, very mildly sweet. A little watery because they're juicy, but not bad. The pear reminded me of like a melon. Does that make sense? Like a cantaloupe or like a honeydew. It reminded me of like a melon. We have a watermelon. We should cut our watermelon. We got it when we got the pears. Chocolate bits of dried orange. That's one I can never get into. Like I've had like Mexican chocolate with like orange, or maybe because my mother travels for work and she'll often send me snacks she gets from around the world. I think the orange peels might have been East Asian. I know that I've had Mexican chocolate with chile in it. And that's fine. My issue with that is that when I eat chocolate, I don't want spice. Like, I don't dislike it. I don't think it's bad. It's just when I bite into chocolate, I expect, well, bitter, really. I expect dark chocolate. But like, I expect like a bitter with an undercurrent of sweet. Maybe if it's like Soul Source, maybe it'll have some floral undertones. Maybe it'll have some fruity undertones. Maybe it'll be very creamy. I'm not expecting the spice. That I tried dango for the first time like a couple months ago. Could not get into it because we got soy dango. And it tasted like a mound of dough, or like a mound of like mochi that had dark soy on it, which, if you don't know, is very savory, is very, I mean, it's sweet, yes, but it is very like savory. It's very rich. It is very thick. And I have only ever had dark soy in the context of cooking, of like stir fries, of making like a noodle dish. And so it was so mentally, like legitimately, like kind of mentally like taxing trying to eat this, not because it was bad, but because mentally I kept eating this and I'm like, this is a dessert that tastes like a meal. And that threw me off so bad. That wildly threw me off. Have I tried persimmons? Have I tried them? I think so. Do I know what they taste like off the top of my head? No. I saw them at the Asian Mart recently, and I did consider them. What if there's a person who's pear-shaped? I mean, I'm not gonna say nothing. No, I'm not gonna say nothing, but I think everyone here knows someone that's kind of pear-shaped, whether I want to admit it or not. Have I had a pomelo? Why do I know what a pomelo is? Pomelo. I don't know what this is. What the frick? What the frick? The name sounded familiar. This does not look familiar whatsoever. What the frick? Guilty. I will dig into him. Pear shapes unite. I'm glad that I have solidarity. I think that the modern terminology is bottom heavy. Pomelo's goated? What is it? Like this looks like an orange, like a grapefruit, like a citrus. Does that sound about right? Like it has the same interior flesh. It's pretty mild, very. Ooh, is it tart? Something I want to try more of. I want to try yuzu. Be gone, AI generated image. Yuzu VTuber face reveal. Why would I want that? I want the fruit. Who is Yuzu? Yuzu's another name. I feel like if I saw the model, I would know who it is, but Yuzu as a name, I'm completely blanking on. Yeah, I want to try more Yuzu. Explicitly because like I live by an Asian Mart, and the Asian Mart is cheaper than most other places. Like the only place that really holds a candle to it is Costco because bulk pricing. So we go to the Asian Mart all the time, and I haven't seen yuzu there. But yuzu is like a lemon-like citrus. And I have consistently had yuzu-flavored things from there, which just tastes like lemon. It is just sour, it is maltic acid, it is fantastic. And so like I want to try more yuzu. South American orange. I got vibes that it was South American, and I think it was entirely the red on green. Like that's just something I associate with Brazil in particular, with the, I'm forgetting, Brazil soda. The Guarana. Anytime listen, if I see red on green and it is associated with any fruit, I don't know why. I just associate it with Brazil because of Guarana. That's just like how my brain works. Lemon is great, so is lemonade is great. I'm from South America and I have a lot of stuff with pomelo. Awesome. Guarana. How do I say it? Guarana? Is that correct? Yeah, I don't know. It's funny because on the stream yesterday, someone came in and said, Portuguese! Like they just yelled the word like Portuguese in chat. And they said, speak Portuguese! And they said, please speak Portuguese! And then someone else had to be like, this is an English only chat. And then they're like, oh, I'm sorry. I got excited and I'm from Brazil. And my first thought, as soon as I saw them say Portuguese, speak Portuguese, I was like, you're a Brazilian, bro, aren't you? I don't know. I think it's because the tabletop scene is so strong in Brazil. I like genuinely, I think outside of the US and Canada, Brazil might be my top 3, if not my top 4 of viewership. Because I know Germany is in my top 5, or at least it was last time I checked on YouTube, which also a very strong tabletop scene, particularly in the indie space. I think the UK is up there. So it makes sense that like the US, Canada, and the UK are all English speaking. But I think like Brazil and the Germany are like the other top 5. Darn Brazil, I didn't know you were chill. Yeah, Brazil's awesome. Like obviously Brazil has stuff going on. and it's always had stuff going on. But like the US has stuff going on. I'm not gonna throw stones in glass houses. I can like dap you up from across the Gulf of Mexico, and I can be like, yo, what's good, homie? Like, respect on all the Brazilian homies and anyone who's from anywhere else. I'm always gonna shout out wherever you're from, whether that's like from New Zealand or from Vietnam or from Ethiopia. It's just a matter of Brazilians tend to be the most vocal. Not as a bad thing, just like Brazilians love being like, Brazil mentioned Pog! And it's very cute. Quince is pretty nice. I think it's tart and it's more sour than sweet. It's not specifically that the tabletop scene here is not huge on D&D in general. Oh, because what I've heard is apparently Brazil loves Vampire the Masquerade. And that's why y'all have a bunch of Sabbat stuff. I don't know if like the Sabbat's super popular down there, but I do know that like in lore, Brazil in particular, and South America as a whole, but like Brazil in particular, is really enmeshed in the history of the Sabbat, because in Brazil, Vampire the Masquerade is like super popular. In the same way that Shadowrun just like stomps on Germany repeatedly. And Germans love it because Germans love Shadowrun. And I do think it's really funny that the way a system, like a system based on the real world, like acknowledges their fan base in a country is often by having terrible things happen to that country, because that's interesting storytelling. And it's very funny to me that like, oh, Brazil loves this system. Whoa, Sabbat upon ye. Oh, Germany, like Germans love Shadowrun. Whoa, nuke them all. Like the biggest live play series on Brazil is Call of Cthulhu. Ah. Garana? That's close to what I was saying. Brazil has a big World of Darkness fan base. Yeah. Earth mentioned Pog! Exactly. Can confirm lots of Shadowrun games here in Germany. Yeah, like that's just my understanding of like the global ecosystem. For instance, Japan, from my understanding, really big on old school like AD&D. Because in like the 90s in chat rooms, that's when they started hearing about D&D. Or maybe it was the 80s, but like 10, 15, 20 years after D&D started circulating, Japan started hearing about stories 10, 15, 20 years ago. So when they started getting hit in the foreign market, they were most interested in old school dungeon crawling. And that's why you have stuff like Dungeon Meshi. That's why you have stuff like Goblin Slayer. That's why you have all of these, it's almost stereotypical at this point for an anime to feature, or like a fantasy anime to feature like classic AD&D stereotypes and classes and features and dungeons. Because I don't know how popular this is in the modern scene, but at least historically, Japan got into tabletop from like AD&D, OD&D, right? And I actually don't know if there's any other, like, I mean, obviously there are, but I don't know what the other, like, what do they play in Australia? What's the big system in Australia? What's the big system in Argentina? What's the big system in Ukraine? Like, I don't know. And I would love to learn all that. Whoa, Eldritch upon the Brazil. What about just Karama, though? That's interesting. Yeah, it's so cool. Because it's not even like cultural things. It's not even like, oh, Japan has certain proclivities towards blah, blah, blah. It's literally just like, that's just what got popular. Like, you can tell me, Brazil folks, German folks, if Brazil's culture lends itself towards the world of darkness in particular, like on a international business level, Brazil and a lot of South America is seen as a very I'll say not time-oriented culture. Enjoying yourself, your day, your life, having work-life balance, enjoying the time you spend with others, getting to know people you're working with is all very important on the sense of like doing international business. comparatively to like somewhere like the US. So that might be a system where World of Darkness is very rules light. So a system like Lancer would fail there because culturally it's not really popular to have a super in-depth rule system. Or that might be completely unrelated. Maybe it's literally just y'all are a bunch of weirdos and you like putting in fake vampire teeth. Me too. D&D do be widespread in Cthulhian horror too, it feels like. Call of Cthulhu is one where it's so much more popular than I ever thought. Like, just straight up. I did not realize how popular Cock was. Call of Cthulhu, Call of Cthulhu, Call of Cthulhu. I thought I shouldn't say that on stream. And then I said it. At least I didn't say the other thought that I had about trying Cock. It's popular. Brazil culture has a lot of small talk ingrained into it. It's rough for my tism. I'm sorry. It do be popular. Listen. In this chat, in this community, I don't believe you. Like, not to discriminate against anyone. I am saying in this community, I think over half of you aren't getting nothing. And I'm sorry to say that. You're a TTRPG nerd, watching a VTuber, talking about the different cultural deviations in the tabletop scene across nations. I do not think you're getting nothing. I'm sorry. Clip it again, we got gold. Listen, if you're gonna clip it, post it in Content 4K. That's what the Discord is for. I'm going back in the soup. Who wants to go with me? Bye, Ann. Bye. We have a game that we're gonna play, right? Right?
Yummers.
You don't need to call us out though. Okay, that's fair. Also, Kaza, I have to un-VIP you because someone else took the boss from you like multiple streams ago. I'm sorry, Kaza.
Yummers.
This has nothing to do with the fact that I'm calling you out. However, it should add to the humiliation. I consider this a neurodivergent therapy group. Okay, it's less a therapy group and it's more so like
Yummers.
I feel like I shouldn't say that my chat is like a puppy playpen because my goal was that this is your enrichment. Oh, well, Kaza, yes. Welcome back, Kaza. I was going to say it's like a puppy playpen because it's like a dog park where I just give you all enrichment and let you run around and talk TTRPGs to one another and socialize and like stretch your legs. And then I realized that with my audience, I shouldn't say the word puppy. Woof? Arf even? Okay, what I will say, I don't want an audience where people are weird about it. Right, like I've been very open about that. I've been very clear about that. Like, if you're gonna like make jokes about that kind of thing, obviously, sure, go ahead. But I don't want people to like come here for that kind of stuff. That said, if you're gonna come in here and you're gonna just woof, arf, even bark, my good streamer. Like, that is the kind of stuff that I like die laughing hearing. like just the very respectful, like cordial, put together, well-to-do Victorian puppy girl. You can clip that, Max. You don't have to just yell clip that. You can clip that yourself. TTRPG Addicts Anonymous, yeah. I much prefer the simple bow wow. Bow wow. No! Just like, but the idea of, listen, if I'm gonna have an audience full of puppy boys, puppy girls, puppy thems, puppy its, y'all are gonna know manners, y'all are gonna behave yourselves, and y'all are gonna act with the propriety expected of you. Up and I'm not saying that. A week passed since your first session with the group. Well, it was more of a session 0 that had some adjoining gameplay, though we got the characters introduced to one another. The party's first fight was with some thugs sent by the Thieves Guild, a simple fight that helped the group learn the mechanics of the system. Then they had a tense standoff with guards from House Malka, where they nearly were arrested for the aforementioned fight. Player 3 barely talked the guards down, relying on buffs from Player 6. After some downtime, Player 2 stabbed a guy who he thought was just another thug, but it turned out he was a random drunk. The party opted to stow the body in a dumpster, though who knows how long that'll stay hidden. I say it, double dog there. Yeah, you would bring up the double dogs. We are dogs, but we're sophisticated dogs. Say it. Darn Arrow, training the audience to be proper. You know exactly what will be popular. Listen. Other content creators train their audience to be obedient and submissive. I train my audience to be proprietary, or to be civilized and cordial. We are not the same. I am making an army of high-class puppy girl escorts. While they're all... I don't even want to continue this line of thought. We're doing a TTRPG game. We have an ad incoming. Oh my gosh. Crying? Yeah, you should be crying. You should be crying out to be saved from your own inadequacy and inelegance. I will give you a gloved hand to pull you up by the paw. And then I will reward you with pats on the head for giving paw. Crying of laughter. Goodness gracious. I never expected this to be a core joke of my audience. And then whenever I say that, half of my audience goes, wait, what? It's a joke? And I go, yes. And they all go, oh, yeah, it's a funny joke. And I'm like, oh no. Arrow's training us to be assertive and know when to shoot like a mafia should. Exactly. Listen, if I have a mafia, if I have a cult, if I have any sort of organization, and all of you happen to want to be wearing collars as part of your uniform, I'm not going to stop you. That's just Cain, right? That's just Cain at that point. And if it improves morale to call you a good boy or a good girl or a good them, I will offload that to my subordinates because I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. But that can be part of the company culture if it is requested. You can't catch me in 8K. We haven't even gone past 4K. No, we do not do jokes here. You're just that good at it? Yeah. That's not what neckties are anyways. Listen, someone said that this... Can you believe them? Someone said that this is a collar. Unbelievable. This is not a collar. This is a choker. My previous model, my previous outfit, had a tie, which many people called a leash. And so I was like, no, I'm going to go for something that is very clearly not weird. I did that, and people are still being weird about it. This is a collar. Oh, no! This is a choker. This is a choker. It is a choker that is meant to balance the fact that otherwise I would have nothing around my neck, which is an aesthetic choice. Because otherwise, look at me. I have nothing here. I have nothing on my upper body outside of a tank top. Where the heck is your Clips channel in Discord? Did you rename it? It's called Cotton 4K. It is under the channel talk section, which is like halfway down the server. Yeah, people will be weird about anything. And like, mostly folks are normal. Well, y'all are very weird. When I say weird, I mean weirdo. I mean problematic. And most people are not problematic. A couple people have like ridden the line. But overall the community is pretty understandable. Wait, what if I just like... Wait. Let me... I have Mr. Krabs. I have an idea. It's not working. Mr. Krabs, my idea is not working. What if I just... Ah! Wait. Okay. Hi everyone. So yeah, welcome back from the ad. We didn't really do anything while you were gone. I don't know why you would think that. Anyway, I was just saying that this is a choker, not a collar. I don't know why anyone would call it a collar, because clearly it's not. It is a choker. It is a fashion piece. If I did not have that, then my entire upper body would just be a tank top and nothing else. And this gives a nice little bit of balance. Adds some more gold to me, which is part of my color scheme. Otherwise, I'd just be black and white, which, you know, I mean, like, I have my eyes. But my eye singular. Because my other one's blocked. Choker doesn't sound not weird, but they do be pretty. Well, so a choker is just a, like, really tight necklace, right? It is a necklace that has no give. It just goes around your neck. And, like, I don't know. I like them. I need to go out and, like, get some chokers. Because I don't wear chokers out mostly. I mostly just put them on right now, right? For my model. Woof, sorry, sir, but you are wait in your payments again, wakes their legs. See, listen, if you're gonna be a puppy anything, be a puppy goon. No. I take that back. That was a mistake. Why is the streamer doing the Spider-Man kissing scene? I'm not. I'm completely normal. Like, if there's some sort of, like, visual glitch on Twitch, maybe that's, like, making your stream go upside down. You should try reloading. That might help. I know a lot of other people were complaining about that earlier. Something's weird with Twitch today. I got a collar choker thing with spikes and stuff. Yeah, so my roommate has a choker which has spikes around it and a big ring in the front. And I called it a collar, and they got very mad at me. Because they're like, no, it's a choker. And I'm like, really? It looks like the stereotypical, like, big, scary guard dog collar that you put on, like, a Rottweiler in a cartoon to show that it's mean and nasty. Do we need to clip you again, Arrow? I mean, I won't say no to more clips. Like, listen, I don't have anyone that's, like, a dedicated clipper. And I don't ask for that, right? I would not ask of something like that from someone, because I know how sucky editing can be and how much time and effort it takes. However, if anyone wants to clip it, you are more than free. We have a channel in the Discord. If you post it separately on your own channel, I will give you a shout. Arrows are jokes and they wear a choker. Arrow Cosmic Horror confirms its hair does not adhere to gravity laws. Not gonna I assume not gonna lie, your model looks cooler closer up. Thank you. I think it's because then you can, like, see my nose. Or, like, the bags under my eyes. I have blush. I didn't know. This whole time I didn't realize I had, like, look, I have the little blush marks underneath my eye, or above my eye. North of my eyes? I don't know. Can we clip it and then ship it? Sure. Yeah, grabbing a nice clip just the way I want does take a good sec. Is that a euphemism? This feels way more intimate being this close. Is that a bad thing? Would you prefer I can back up. I wouldn't want to make anyone uncomfortable. Hello. See, now this feels like I'm Spider-Man. Or rather, it feels like I am the mafia boss that just got tied up by Spider-Man, is hanging upside down for the cops to find me, and there's gonna be a note stuck to my chest that says, got this one for ya, like, Spidey, and then, like, a little, like, Spider-Man face. Right? That's what I feel, because, like, with my hands by my hips, it's like I'm being tied up and, like, hung upside down by Spider-Man post inter-episode interlude, right? I am the B plot of this episode while he goes off and fights the Scorpion. Spider streamer does whatever a spider streamer does. Thanks the follower Chromic for the follow this minute. Yo, there goes the spider streamer. My eyes are down here. Well, my eyes are, like, at the halfway point of the screen, so, like, I can't really blame you. You didn't know? You didn't know, feel the light burn when you blushed when you folded here? I have done no such thing. The closest to folding that I have done in a while, when I was reading Girlfriend, when I was reading the Girlfriend book, which I recorded, and I'm currently going through the footage, and I need to make sure that it's all kosher to upload to Patreon. I might not be able to upload it. I may not be able to upload the footage to Patreon, which would suck because I did spend 2 hours recording it, or 4 hours if I count both sessions, but the second session was less interesting. We could be playing some Neolithic, but Era has a stream schedule to keep. Yeah. What did I miss the first hours? Don't worry about it. Do we have no music on purpose? No, there's music. It's just quiet. If you'd like, I can do intense music that is like copyright free, and I did not make this one. I got it from YouTube, but it's copyright free. It's royalty free. That's how you know it's good. Why am I doing this? The ad stopped like 3 minutes ago. Why did no one tell me? We could have been talking TTRPG. We could have been talking like visual novel. We could have been programming. We could have been doing any of these things. And yet you sat here talking about Spider Streamer does whatever Spider Streamer does. You're being silly and unproductive? Yes, and that's why I can't be productive on stream. Not because I can't be entertaining while doing it. It's because I'm too entertaining. Unleash the Python! Okay. Also, I don't have ads, so I can't say it. We could talk about how hot steamy fanfics, but you chose to be say-so. I did choose to be say-so. And that is a choice that I have to make every day. Like, I don't think you understand how crazy it goes that I have inside thoughts that want to come out. And regularly I'm like, oh no, I should not say that. Programming, yogurt, Guarana, Brazil. Yeah, just about. My intimacy, no. Okay. What if I did this? Hey. Can I interest you in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? And I'm like, what if I just have a stream where the entire time I'm just in your face like this, and progressively oh no, this is the closest I can get. Aww. I was hoping that I can get closer, because then I could consume you. No, that feels like vor. I don't want to vor you. Maybe that's just me, but I feel like voring my audience is not what I'm here for. I need someone to draw arrow with a main weapon being a Yuri. The Yuri paddle. Just noticed, do your eyes have a dark golden hue? They do. Yeah, my eyes have a dark golden hue, and it matches with the rest of my color scheme. Why do you think I have this? Why do you think my entire stream setup is all yellow? Yeah, my eyes are golden. Puts hand on arrow's shoulder respectfully. Don't you just want to go? Yeah, the Call of Cthulhu. Anyone here want to see the streamer hurt herself with VS Code? Say I. Oh, true. Like, if I try coding on stream, I will be injured. Like, I will take psychic damage, and you will hear me go, oof, oof, Dark Souls 1 style, right? Boss, you're holding the phone too close. We can't. Then, hey, I'm trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Can you come in on Saturday? Can you come in today? I know you called off. I know it's your day off. Hey, what do you mean I'm too close? I can't see you. I can't see you on the phone. Where are you? I'm trying to. Can you come in today? Is that okay? Yeah, is that what we're doing here? I'm grandma and I'm on the phone and I'm trying my best and it's not working. You could say that all my stream setup is a golden experience. Hey, Giorno. Who you is? Arrow, please don't ask chat if they can or cannot come in today. Oh. I've done that a couple times, haven't I? Like that. I'm not that sussy. I've learned. I am not as sussy as my audience. Arrow, we're taking you off the case. You're too close. Damn, man. I'm the only cop in this country that can handle this case. I even have a gun to prove it. But if I can't do this, then I'm going to do it myself. I'll hand in my badge, but I'm not handing in my gun. We are the sus. So I've learned. Listen, what I've learned is that someone said, a couple people have said actually, that this channel is my corruption arc. And then I asked people, is that a bad thing? Because that sounds like a bad thing. And then everyone overwhelmingly was like, no, that's not a bad thing. So I'm like, okay. There are people much less say-so than Arrow. Yes, there is. Question, does anyone here not know what say-so means? Because again, I have a TTRPG audience. Say-so is a VTubing, or Japanese term technically, but like taken by VTubing. Say-so basically means innocent. Say-so basically means sweet and family friendly. I am someone that does not make 18 plus content. And also, I generally don't talk about things that are 18 plus in general. Further, I hear a motorcycle outside. Do I? No. It was just like a car. Don't worry, we're fine. And like, I don't curse, for instance. So like, I think a lot of people would consider me say so. But my audience, very silly. You would also give up the shock collar remote? Okay, so apparently you're not supposed to put a shock collar on your neck because that can like kill you. So don't do that if you have a shock collar. But like, I'd put a shock collar on. I think it'd be fun for like content. Like I'm playing a game, like I'm playing Dark Souls, and it's just like, no. I was gonna say I'm playing Dark Souls, and then like I get shocked every time I die, or like people can like spend money to shock me. I don't know how I would feel about giving my audience control of shocking me. I do think it would be funny to meet up with friends and have an off collab where we shock each other. That sounds like it'd be funny. How is it spelled correctly is what bothers my brain every time you say the word. Huh? S-E-I-S-O. I'm in a software and game development. Your mom, well, she's a lovely lady. I hope that you have a wonderful time. Without stepping in weird territory much, they are quite cool. Shock collars? I mean, like, I'm only aware of shock collars like when like people put them on their pets, which generally is considered not a cool thing to do, and people who like get it and then use it for like, oh, a bunch of us got together and we're gonna shock collar each other because we're all stupid, which I'm much more in that second camp. I think it's very funny to get together with a bunch of friends and be stupid. Spend money to hurt me, but instead of anything sus, it's a robot arm that smacks you in the back of the head. I feel like people would still be weird about it, particularly depending on how you play it, because I feel like, oh, I have a robot arm that smacks, and it's gonna be my head, wink, right? Wink. Don't shock your dogs, shock your dogs. Well, like your toes? You shocking your toes? If you shocked your toes, what would happen? Like you don't shock your foot. Like your toes get shocked. Would that like transfer all the way up your body? Or would that, like depending on the shock, but if you had like a shock collar and you put it around your dogs, would that like go through your entire foot, up your leg? Like is that dependent on like muscle density? Is it the more dense your musculature, the further it would go? So the more muscular you are, the more you'd get shocked? There is a third group, so I've heard. And the third group are the ladies. Because Who Let the Dogs Out is actually a song about a bunch of women out in the club. If you didn't know. Who let the dogs out? Who is like sexist. It is clowning on women. But it's a fun song. Right? A robot that smacks your head with a wink, it makes me think of the other head. I more meant like the booty. I more meant like I don't think this is the proper music for this anymore. I think that we've evolved past the need for intense music. I thought that was about the dudes. No, that's the thing. I've heard it's about the ladies. Like, I've heard Who Let the Dogs Out is about the ladies and, like, unattractive women at the club. Electroplay is quite complex. Well, yeah, you have to have, like, circuitry and stuff. You have to have, like, positive and negative signals. Like, I took engineering classes. I know how complicated that is. I know how to put a resistor in a circuit board, and I don't know what they do, but... No, resistors, like, resist, and they lessen electrical flow based on what grade of resistor it is. So you either have a bunch of small resistors, or ideally, you have one big resistor. Violet wand? A what? Like magic? Like a fairy? Cool electronics facts. Anything could be an LED once, including people. Okay. We're back. No, it's a toy. What's a transistor? Never really managed to figure that out. So Transistor is the second game from Supergiant Games, and it is widely considered one of the better ones. And I say that because a lot of people don't like their third game, Pyre, despite the fact Pyre was peak. It's like one of those plasma balls. Google Violet Wand. Violet Wand. This is gonna be sussy, isn't it? What the frick? What the frick? Is this like an ultrasound gear? Like, what the frick? Victorian technology like those plasma balls? I don't think of Victorian technology when I think of plasma balls. What the hecky? Ah! So it's like, and then like you touch it and then it goes, I assume? Do androids have brothers? No, only trans sisters. Tesla had one? For what purpose? What could this possibly do? Playing with tens units is pretty safe. Tens units? What? Yeah, what's a transistor? It helps you get into HRT. Pyre Doobie Peak. Pyre is my favorite game. Fun fact. Arrow lore. Pyre is my favorite game. I like it more than Hades. I like it more than Transistor. I like it more than Bastion. I think Bastion, like, ultimately, and I say this with love, I think Bastion is their worst game, and I think that's a good thing. I think that the fact Supergiant's worst game is their first game, and Bastion is still really good, I think that is a fantastic sign of not just the growth and the history, but also just the consistency of Supergiant games. Like, Bastion is like a B, right? Like on a A, B, C, D, E, F scale. Bastion being like a B is still like not only a passing grade, it's like what you want. You're looking for a B. A is like top of class. And I would say probably Transistor is like an A minus. I think Pyre, based on how people respond to it, is probably like another B, even though I think it's A plus, S even. And then I think Hades 1 would be considered like an A plus, and then Hades 2 would probably be considered like an A minus, right? Because I think a lot of people like Hades 1 way more than Hades 2, which I don't disagree with. I think Hades 1 had this charm to it, had this novelty to it that Hades 2 just couldn't and was never going to capture, but I think Hades 2 did a good job. That's not wrong. That's not a wrong statement. My favorite is Transistor just because of vibes music. That's fair. I talked about this before. My favorite is Pyre. Because Pyre is a game that revolves around a concept that I've wanted to see in a game like for years, which is you have a party that you grow and you care about, and you lose them over time. And it basically tackles the exact same themes I want it to tackle, which is the bonds that you make, distance never separating you, like sacrifice for a cause that is greater than yourself. And also, it has tragedy to it on multiple levels. And like, no spoilers, but there comes a point where it's a good thing when someone leaves your group. You are setting them free. You are sending them off to do fantastic things. And you realize at a certain point that there's not enough opportunities for everyone. And there are going to be characters that are left behind. And you may or may not be one of those characters. And so all of these people who you've been spending all of this time to help and send off and do amazing things, you are not going to be able to join them. And that's so sad. And it's so melancholic. But the game is so hopeful and optimistic and focuses so much on how, like, the people you're with make the journey. Even though I personally feel they could have done way more to make the characters care about each other. I think the game is very good about, like, if you are here, I think they make you care about this character, you care about this character, you care about this character, you care about this character. And like, these two characters might have a relationship, and these two characters might have a rivalry. And then like, maybe these two characters like have one scene where, like, one optional scene where they have a funny moment together, and that's it. Like, the characters don't really have much interaction with one another, which kind of sucks. But all of them have a strong connection with you, and some of them connect with one another. And I think it's valid for a group of like 9 people, where all of them have a connection to like 1 or 2 other people in the group. Some of them have like 3 or 4, but like all of them have a connection to you, and then like 1 to 2 other party members. The issue with that is that if those other party members leave early, they kind of have nothing to do except talk to you, which ends up being kind of boring. But ooh, like Spiritfarer. I'm unaware of Spiritfarer. Would Sisyphus make a non-stop rock radio station that only plays Running Up That Hill? Well, no, it's Running Up That Hill, and then it's like when it all comes tumbling down, right? Plays just Pompeii afterwards, whenever the boulder comes down. I don't fully comprehend transistors, but in practical terms, you can build a machine that processes information stored as voltages. Listen. Electronics are magic. What do you mean? I can speak into this arcane catalyst that is connected to a display piece that holographically projects a series of lights forming like displays for me to observe. And speaking into my catalyst, I can transfer my words into lightning that traverses across the world, that winds up in your own arcane sphere and displays across a dazzling array of lights to show you what I am saying. And that transfers from my voice into lightning, into sound waves, into electronic reconstructions of sound waves that then turns back into sound waves. What about rolling in the deep? I mean, Tartarus is pretty deep, so Sisyphus would be rolling in the deep. Arrow, I now plead that you play Spiritfarer. It's like an emotional journey of Pyre, but comfy in some base building. Spiritfarer. Ooh, it is a ship game. Oh, it's a little bird! And a big toad creature, and like a horse creature. And a crocodilian? Is there something beneath the waves? What is Spiritfarer? Is it on Steam? Farewell Edition. That sounds so sad! Ah! Oh, got it. Okay, so it's a game where you build a boat that has a house on it. Wait, this actually sounds so cute. Wait, this sounds so great. It sounds amazing. Wait, that sounds so cute. Our fellow, oh my gosh, Azu. I vote in support of Spiritfarer. Fun fact, because electrical circuitry is one-to-one analogous to spirit mass damper mechanical systems, you can build a mechanical computer with data stored as weighted objects. Oh my gosh. If you're looking for cool games to try, I recommend Fight Night. You play as a knight who fights. Nice. I cried a bit with this game. It's really good. It do be sad though. Oh, I love this game. I mean, how much is it? $30 for the farewell edition as a demo. I might have to wait for it to go on sale. Someone drop that in suggestions so I can wishlist it later. Like this actually like might be the next thing I stream, because I just beat Persona 5. I just was playing off stream Persona 5 for the past like 8 months, and I finally got a chance to beat it because I finally made the time for it. So I kind of want to start up another game, and I would do this on stream probably. That would mean that we're doing less programming streams, but like, what? It's been an hour and a half. How much have we programmed the stream? Oh, none? Got it. Why? Oh my gosh, is it my fault that I met a girl that got me into Oh. Nice, I guess. I mean, if you enjoy it, good job? Question mark? Listen, I'm still surprised at how many people like I made the girlfriend video, right? I made the girlfriend like first impressions. And I was like so confused at what mexploitation was. And I'm like, is that like where people are like weirdo about being their pilots? And so many comments were like, how does Arrow not know what mexplo is? And I'm just like, is this like something I should know? Now I unfortunately have undergone my corruption arc. I understand what it is to a level I never thought I would. However, I did play Armored Core, so I do get it. Can we gift you games on Steam? I assume that it's not possible to do so through Steam. I think you might be able to buy a game and get a product code for it and send me the product code via email. Because for instance, I set up a throne. For those of you who don't know, I have a throne now. And the goal was I wanted to get stuff for the channel. So I put like TTRPG books there. And one of the TTRPGs I wanted to check out was Perfect Draw. But their physical cover, their hardcover, is not available anymore. So I can't do anything digital via Throne, and they had no physical cover. So I'm like, I guess I'm out of luck. And then a viewer was just like, what's your email? And I'm like, my standard like channel email, arrowkisswrites@gmail.com. And they sent me something via itch. They sent me Perfect Draw via itch.io, because apparently you can gift games on itch. So that's another angle. I did not know what exploitation was until your video too. Thank you. I'm not alone then. You can also just gift card them the money. That is fair. That is fair. We were playing a video game. We were looking at a video game. All in all, successful first mission. Now, most of the way through session 2, the party's on the precipice of another fight. I hate swamps. Caves too. Why'd you wait until we're outside a swamp to say this? A swamp cave to say this? Not a complainer. Oh, sure you're not. My character isn't, at least. What's everyone at? I don't think the wolves did any damage to us. Player 3 and I rolled like terrible on our abilities though, so I'm at half. Yeah, I have life drain, so I'm fine. We should heal you. I don't think I need it. We should top off before fighting what's next. I don't need... Maybe not, but we have some rests, so we should use them. Player 6, just humor her so we can move on. Alright. At that, Player 6 uses one of their limited rests to fill their health back to maximum. So we're good to go. Sounds like it. My character, Mew, steps forward into the cave, scanning the ceiling with their lantern. Someone else should watch the water. You said the water is knee-deep, just about? Outside, yes. Inside the cave, it's a wet stone floor with a few puddles that don't reach your ankle. A clammy chill caresses your skin, frizzing your hair. But it's not just cold, you feel something else. How descriptive. Is it the monsters we're hunting? The party took a job from House Malka to clear out a monster den in the swamp, despite their previous standoff. The monsters were raiding caravans of every house outside of House Ventor, House Malka's rival. And so the enemy of House Malka's enemy is their guinea pig. House Ventor specializes in using highborn, though they've also been known to work with midborn, particularly those they can manipulate. The only description the party got of the monsters was their large, primitive greenskins. The leader wears an ox skull as a shoulder pauldron. House Malka wants that shoulder pauldron as proof of a job complete, and a bonus for any proof House Ventor is connected. Arrow kissers? Sorry, I was just reviewing my notes. I asked if the feeling we had was related to the monsters we're tracking. It doesn't seem to be directly related to the monsters, though. Mew has been checking the ceiling specifically. Yeah, Mew is using their bullseye lantern. You get this soreness in your fingertips, specifically under your nails. It comes and goes and pulses, strongest when you shine the light deeper in the cave. Mew whispers, "What the F?" Tyrius walks up to him. Is something wrong? Every time I look up at the ceiling, I get this pulse of pain. I raise my torch and look deeper in the cave. Do I feel it too? Tyrius feels fine. In fact, you get a warmth to the backs of your hands. Not fire warm, but like someone's resting their hand on yours. I don't feel pain, just warm. What? Everyone, get over here. The entire party shines light further into the cave, reporting their reactions. Player 1's character Tyrius and player 6 characters Zerstrada both just feel somewhat warm to the hand. Player 3's character and player 5's character, Mew, each feel that sore, pulsing pain. Player 2's character and player 4's character, Elena, don't feel anything. Do we just press on then? I want to figure out why I don't feel anything first. We can figure that out easier once we find out what it is. What links these characters together? I used a torch while player 5 used a lantern, but I also used a torch and I still got pain. It's not gender-based or anything weird like that. It's not class-based. Player 1 is a caster and I'm a specialist, but we both felt warm. You're multi-class with caster too. So it could be class-based, but I'm a specialist and player 3 is a caster. No multi-classing, but we both felt pain. Maybe it's random? But Arrow Kissers didn't roll for each of us. Stop metagaming, man. Oh, that's... Sorry. The party starts going off in a different direction, but they were so close. They nearly had the answer. How do you want to handle this? So, like, if the party encounters a puzzle, and they are struggling to actually get the puzzle solved, how would you handle this if your group was struggling? As I deal with my model breaking yet again. I don't know what it is. I have a dedicated phone for this, and it always breaks. Hello? Hi? Can you keep breaking? Why are you breaking? You were the best of us. You were the chosen one. And yet, it simply do not work. My CPU isn't even crazy. What the fricky? What the hecky? Why do you break all the time? Nudge, nudge, push, push. I looked away for 2 seconds. Why did Arrow explode? Because my model is breaking. Like a stupid, dumb idiot head. Huh. Oh, we're pogging? We're pogging? It's coming back? It's fixing? Hello? Hello? Why the frick, heck, darn, drat, dang? What the beans? What the criminy? Sorry, I'm dealing with tech issues. I'd slide a hint if they're stumped after a minute, yeah. I mean, and that's like the sort of questions that you have to consider. Like, that's why casting Revivify on the model. Okay, let's see if it works. Oh, it's kind of working. It's not fixed, but it's working. And like, I think a lot of people would be like, no, I'm not gonna tell them what to do. Why would I do that? I'm back. Did we sell Arrow on Spiritfarer? You did. I am interested in playing Spiritfarer. It's just not on sale. Oh, criminy. Okay. I think that this is fully a... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me... Womp. Womp. Womp womp. That's... you. Where's mine? But please hold. Hello. Okay. We are shifting gears. I am now a gremlin on this table. please do not resist, and please do not cause problems. This is the best I can do. If you'd like, I can wait. If you want, I can comedically be like hidden behind this. That might be funny. If I do, what the frick? What the frick? Like that? Oh, I already had that. Beans. Criminy. So I could be like this, like I'm comedically like. What if I'm like this? Like I'm just peeking over the edge, like hi. I'm a little like. Yeah. Okay. I sat on a book. Don't worry about it. This is my chibi form. I've been chibified. So small, so puntable. Yes, this is my most puntable form. Okay, so I grabbed a book. I'm sat on a dictionary, and it is propped me up like another like 20 centimeters. So we're pogging. Let's just keep going from here. So drop a hint, speed things up. I think that's a fair enough option. Telling the party the answer would just put a damper on their fun, but providing a hint like you're just another player is fair game. What avenues haven't you looked at yet? What do you mean? Stop thinking abstract. Ask yourself, what connects Tyrius and Zerstrata? We're both casters? We just established that wasn't the case. True, but that's on the right track. What else connects them other than class? And further, why does that connection cause them to feel warm instead of pain or nothing? Wait, this place is tied to House Ventor. They use Highborn all the time. What's everyone's ancestry? I'm a Highborn caster. I'm a Highborn high caster. Midborn. Lowborn low caster. I'm also lowborn. What are you thinking? You and player 3 are both lowborn? Yeah? And we both felt pain. Player 1 looks to player 6. You're also Highborn. Yeah, I'm a Highborn specialist, but I also multiclassed into low caster. So we can pretty confidently say it's our ancestries and not what magic we use or something. There they have it. It's probably high magic then. I'm definitely the tankiest of us, and it doesn't affect me. Should I take point? Nah, I got this. Just stay within short range of me so I can protect you. I assume party order is the same as always. Player 2 and player 5 both went for melee builds, so they're always in front. Player 4 and player 3... player 3 mostly uses equipment with a medium range, which is the same distance player 3's abilities have. Player 1 fights with summons, and player 6 has ranged weapons, so they both prefer long range. Honestly, in this form, I expect you to ask if I have games on my phone. Listen, would you prefer... like... you got games on your phone? Do you got Roblox? Can I play Roblox? Do you have Roblox on your phone? Can I play Minecraft? Do you got games on your phone? 6'7"? Hantavirus? I don't know what kids say, I'm sorry. Oh, whoa. What if I... Wait. What if I do this? What if I do this? Like, I attack on Titan it, but then I make it so that, like, you are the one that's here. Right? So it's like... hello. The Arrow Kissers have taken over the stream. There is no more Arrow. There is only Arrow Kisser. Does this mean I'm under the desk? I don't know how I feel about that. Arrow, jump scare. Arrow, no! This is a sleep paralysis demon? No. A sleep paralysis demon is what happens when I show up in your room in the middle of the night. I don't know if I want to continue that line of thought. I feel like a lot of people will be silly. We're the ones streaming that? Well, yeah, I blew up. Like, what do you want from me? Huh? I know high magic. Is it the thing I do when I do weed? We do not condone such substance use in this organization. How dare you? So, does anyone have anything they'd like to do specifically? I activate brilliance. No roll. I just want more light in here. Where? Can I just choose a rock on the ceiling? You can choose a stalactite, sure. One of the stone pillars explodes in blinding white light, like a light bulb with too much wattage. Shadows flee, and those of you who aren't highborn squint at the glare. And cowering at the edge of the cave where the darkness once stood is a small, hunched-over greenskin. A goblin? It looks about the size of one, yeah, but it's much more muscular. Then you realize it's hunched over, not short. Its knotted hair is tangled into braids with twine. Red paint runs across its neck like a slit throat. Maybe it's a tattoo? And on its left shoulder is an ox skull. bleached and bulky, swallowing its wearer's upper arm. Oh, the leader. I guess we just kill it. Seriously? What? We can talk to it first. We can, sure. Or we can take it out and get out of here. How would we tie it to House Ventor if we just killed it? Loot the body? Does it even seem like it's willing to talk? Looks like the group's verdict will hinge on how you present this. How does the orc leader respond? Well, this is a decision. Is it willing to talk, or does it defend its territory? Do you want to run more of a combat or more of a social encounter? That's the kind of stuff that you can deal with. And I drink some water in the meantime. But yeah, so now you can pretty confidently see the gameplay loop. It's you jump into a session, you get a couple choices, like 2 to 3 choices throughout the session, and then you have an after session where you talk to them. And so you get to like run games. If you think, like for instance, you really want to go for player 3, she said she likes role-playing, she likes socialization, she clearly wants to talk to this thing, so it's willing to talk. And you're quote unquote like choosing player 3 with that, right? Players sounded like they wanted to talk to me. Some of them did, some of them didn't. So I think it's willing to talk. Social pog. It's more interesting to see if they can talk their way through the situation than stab their way through it. It seems to have gathered its bearings and is warily eyeing you. It has no weapon you can see, though a small metal insignia hangs from twine around its neck. This creature looks more scared than aggressive. We can work with this. Mew raises a hand. Hey friend, come here often? Are you flirting with it? I'm trying to get a reaction. The creature stands up, still hunching its neck downward. You can see it's an orc, barely an adult. Okay, never mind. No joking flirting if it's described as barely an adult. With a clawed thumb, the orc jangles the insignia around its neck. It speaks in a low, stuttering mumble. You, not gold? It wants money? I think it means we're not gold. What color was House Ventor's heraldry? Gold and orange. You think it was expecting us to represent Ventor? Tyrius clears his throat. Good fellow, I assure you we are of House Ventor. Have you not seen my high magic? The orc doesn't react into, say, Ventor, to which it winces. I don't think it's friends with Ventor. What my companion meant to say is that we have questions about House Ventor. The orc barks behind it, and an orc taller than each of you approaches. It is in its hand is an executioner's sword, though one that's not well maintained. The leader taps his companion's chest, speaking a language you don't recognize with that same stuttering cadence. The tall orc responds curtly, pointing the sword at Tyrius. Me? The leader says, Magic light is of Gold House. Why return? They're probably pissed off that you're a highborn highcaster saying you're part of House Ventor. That is House Ventor's thing. Guess I should have held back, huh? We're no friends of House Ventor. The leader confers with the sword wielder, but neither seems convinced. I take out the scarf I lifted from that Malka guard last session. See? Red and blue, not gold and orange. This throws the leader off. He considers it for a moment, looking to the sword wielder. The sword wielder lowers her blade, but her glare is trained on Tyrius. Can I use one of my low caster abilities to, like, show we're not House Ventor? How would that help? House Ventor is known for using high magic, right? I don't think they even speak to Lowborn. The orc didn't react to us having Lowborn in the party, though, so presumably they don't know that. Oh, right. The orcs reacting to Lowborn party members was in your notes. And since player 5 was taking point, you can't really claim the orcs didn't see them. Wait! You got it. The leader continues to gesture to his companion. You realize that this companion is older, a scar running across her eye. With how focused she was on glaring at Tyrius, she didn't get a good look at anyone else. But now that she's finally lowered her guard, she seems caught off guard at the lowborn among you. She just noticed now? She didn't look at the rest of the time we were talking? We've been in Bright Light for a while. That must have been the old leader or perhaps an elder. I imagine it's an advisor to the young, inexperienced leader. Thank you, player 3. Yes, exactly. At her prompting, the new leader speaks again. Not gold, not foe. Friend? Yes, friend. The leader nods, drooping back down to a squat. Why come? How do we put this? Think he'll just give up the pauldron? After a brief conversation, the leader did, in fact, give up the pauldron. It was a simple matter, actually. Why did the leader give up the pauldron? So, how are we feeling here? Was the pauldron just a fashion statement, or was it given as a sign of respect? And that's the sort of thing where, how serious of a game are you running? Player 3 said she likes a serious game. However, based on some of the other characters, they seem less interested in a serious game. So depending on who you're going for, you might run it as like, yeah, it was just a fashion statement. That's kind of silly. That's not very serious. Also, one orc is a lame comedy counter, and there will be better times for better fights later. You think there would only be one orc? You disappoint me. You disappoint me, Ken. So, if y'all are interested in player 3, I think it was given as a sign of respect. Serious Pog. The leader explained that the pauldron was a sign of vitality and health. Without even asking for it, the leader offered it as a sign of respect to the party, and as an apology for the harm they had caused. Do we have to give him anything in return? Didn't player 2 skin one of those wolves? Yeah, I did. I'd present that special black pelt from the leader from the big wolf. The leader seems much more excited about this than the ox skull, and much more open to future negotiation. That meant the pauldron was taken care of, but the party soon learned of another issue. The orcs were being raided by Lowborn. House Ventor gave the leader that insignia around his neck to protect them. But of course, that protection wasn't free. The orcs were being taxed to the point of starvation, forced to raid caravans to survive, yet they wouldn't dare raid the caravans of their new protectors. So that meant the party needed that insignia to implicate House Ventor. The party tried multiple methods, but only one of them worked in the end. What finally convinced the leader? So who gets to do something cool? Was it player 3 appealed to a sense of community? Did player 5 bribe him with foods and weapon? Or did player 6 manipulate the inexperienced leader? And this is where it's more so than just, oh, did you run a combat section or did you run a social section? Different characters will come up on different routes, and different characters will have different options where you can give them a moment in the sun. So if I'm going after player 3, I might give player 3 this option because presumably player 3 is going to like the fact that they got to solve this. However, if you're focused on one character, it's going to be kind of weird, and everyone's going to be like, bro, what's up with you? Why are you so weird about player 3? But I think that's what we do. So player 3. It was quite clear that the leader was trying his best to protect the orcs around him. Player 3 expressed that she was trying to do the same. But it was only once she promised to protect the tribe from retribution from House Ventor that she sealed a deal. So the party left the cave, pauldron in one hand, insignia in the other. A group of orcs watching their retreat with uncertain eyes. And that's where we'll call it this week. That was your first real session running for the group. There's a ripple of chatter that runs through the group as the players decompress. Though now they seem to be waiting on you for something. Who's on the shopping block? I stayed over last week, so it better not be me. Oh, right. The post-game ritual where one person stays after to help you clean up. Seems like a perfect opportunity to get to know one of them better. It'll probably annoy whoever you choose, though. Especially if they have to stay multiple weeks in a row. So, who's staying after? And I think we have all of them has their first session done. So, if you want, we could go after player 3 again. However, player 3 would be annoyed by that, given that it's been multiple weeks in a row. We could go, total pivot to, player 5 or something. It's really whatever you want to end up doing. Thank you for the follow, Hypergame Dev. I wonder why you're checking out the stream. Let me also go back. I like having my little Fuki set up hidden on the chair. Hello, Game Dev. Let's go player 3 because everyone expressed an interest in player 3. Again, I suppose it's only natural. Seems a bit unfair, don't you think? Not really. You must have been cleaning up and down. You must have cleaning up and down up. You must have cleaning up down to a science at this point. Seriously? She'd always make us do the work. What are you on about? I'd always have to fight her just to help out. The group heads out to their cars, arguing about player 3's contributions to her after-session cleanup. Player 3 turns to you. So, what do you want help with, Arrow Kissers? What do you want help with? Can you clean up the battle map? Can you clean up the snacks? Nothing. Just wanted company. You can be the simp. You can be like, no, I just wanted your company. If you want, we can go player 6. Me personally, I'd want to clean up with the DM either way. So you are the GM in this circumstance. So the old GM is coming over to help clean you up. To help not clean you up. Oh my gosh, that's sussy. To help clean up the game. Arrow, are you standing on the dictionary or are your legs dangling? Legs are dangling. Sat on the dictionary, legs swinging, guns brandished. This is my chibi form. It's so weird being short. I'm so used to being tall. I have been shrunk down, And this arrow kisser on my head has similarly been shrunk down. Nothing, just wanted company. I think I got it. Just want to see a familiar face. Really? I figured you would have thrown your hardest work at me. I think you're forgetting you've yet to run for me. I don't resent you yet. Ooh, then when can I start resenting you? When I kill your character. Back in session 0. Nope, not allowed. So, what are we feeling? What are we feeling? Like, this is a situation where player 3 just has banter with you. And I think a lot of people interpret that to be flirting. But like, it is just like friendly banter. I tried to make it so that all of the characters were interesting in their own right. Back in session 0. As soon as the game started with session 0, you are free to feel as you wish. So the resentment is already in full swing. If this is your former resentment, I'm not surprised that the group's never had a character death before. Character death. What? I'm just thinking about the game I'm supposed to run. What happens if a character dies? I'm sure they'll get over it, or it'll be a learning experience. What I made sure to do is that in these after session chats, I avoided adding like good boy points. I avoided adding affection or opinion increases or decreases based on your dialogue options, because I didn't want this to be, how can I maximize what they want to hear? I wanted this to be a conversation. Oh, not allowed? Okay. We can reverse back in time. Nope, not allowed. Nope, I'm beyond resentment. Oh, so you can resent me, but I'm not allowed to resent you? Just about, yeah. I'll settle on a simmering hatred instead. Or maybe I'll just wait until I run for you and kill your character. Character death. And then this is where we go forward. I'm sure they'll get over it. They'll move on. Sure, it sucks for a character to die, but that's just the game. You're not going to lose a friends because of the dice, I promise you. Friends? Oh, sorry, I was talking about the game I'm running at LitCon. Right, the whole reason for this mini-campaign. You're that worried this far off? Do you know why I had to take a month off of running to prep for it? Why? I'll be running for the Dragon 9. Ah, yes. Them. I know all 9 of them. Do you seriously? The Dragon 9 are a group of pro players who go around the convention circuit stress testing modules live. Their whole appeal is their munchkins. They love breaking the game within the rules as written. There wasn't a module the convention could get its hands on, so my friend and staff asked me to help out. Wait, you're making a module? That's right. That's awesome. Or that explains the break. I think that's awesome. I'm sure it'll be great. How much are they paying? Oh. I'm just helping out my friend, so I'm not getting comped. That's all right, though, because it's fun. It's just a little stressful. So I'm glad to be able to be a player while focusing on the module. That's actually baller. I know, right? But, like, that's not okay. I can help. Like, you should be being paid for your work, clearly. If you're going to make a module, uncompensated, 1 month to write a 200-ish page book. Well, no, so it's a module, right? It's a module, presumably for, like, a one-shot. Or maybe it's longer. I don't know. Ah, pro bono. Yeah, that's not okay. Making a module is a lot of work. Not to mention they're breaking it apart live. I appreciate your concern, but this is just something I have to lock in for. It's really not that big a deal. Just will take some time. Offer your support or insist it will be great. Do you want to be the sort of person that is like, I'll be there for you if you need it? Or like, hey, you got this. You're going to be amazing. And as you can see, there's not really an option to be like, I hate you, this sucks, you shouldn't do this. Because even though this is a choice-based game, this is not a game that has a blank protagonist. This is a game that has a protagonist that has a personality and, like, opinions. It's just you get to choose how that is articulated and what gets emphasized, right? You get to choose how the character approaches these things. Which, like, if offering your support and insisting you'll be great are two different flavors of the same thing, but they are kind of different. So, like, let's offer your support. Well, let me know if, however I can help you with it. Body doubling, playtesting, idea generation. I wouldn't want to, none of that. Just let me know if you need something. Okay? Okay. You're here for her. You look forward to it. Like, you're here for her. I'm here for you the whole journey. So that means you can lean on me whenever you need. Though that's relying on you making time for me. Obviously, I won't skip on the games. I'm more meant the two of us, but sure. I'd hate to miss nerding out with you. I assure you that it'll be fine. But thanks for the vote of confidence. Player 3 checks her phone and starts towards the door when she sees the time. I'm so sorry, but I wasn't expecting to be here this late. I really need to... I gathered. Don't worry, I can finish cleanup. You're a lifesaver, arrow kissers. Player 3 hurried out to her car as you finished up the last of the cleanup tasks. With the silence that follows, you finally can turn in for a quiet night. And so like that was player 3's little after session. We can go back and I can choose player 6 if you want to see an alternate. So you choose player 6. Okay. Doesn't sound okay. Player 6 ever sound okay? Player 2! I didn't mean anything by it. It didn't sound like an insult. Doesn't mean they didn't take it as one. Shouldn't they be saying that if that were the case? The group returns to their cars, discussing how much intent matters in an insult. Player 6 stands by the table, unsure of what to do. Then they start wiping down the whiteboard the group uses as battle maps. I didn't expect player 3 to loan you her whiteboard. Yeah, I have more experience in VTTs, so being able to use this is cool. Virtual tabletops? I don't think I've ever had a good experience with one. Why is that? Too hard to tell when someone's about to talk on call. Even on video, or you get used to it? Like even on video? That sounds like it would be easy, but every time I've played, it's audio only. I just prefer in-person games, like today with the Swamp. I don't feel like that would have been as immersive online. I mean, do you agree or do you disagree? How do you feel about online VTTs? How do you feel about digital TTRPG games? Like, I agree. I can't say I argue with that. Just being in the same room makes everything feel different, particularly when you bring in the other senses like smell or taste. I'm just glad we're able to keep the vibe of the group going is all. I'm happy to hear that. Any requests or feedback? I actually really like role-playing and social encounters, much more than combat. I just don't know where to begin with starting them myself. Do they want to be prompted? What's stopping them? I can prompt you with specific encounters if you'd like. No, please don't. I don't think I could handle that. Really? Because you started this social encounter just fine. What? You started talking to me, not the other way around. But that's different, less scary. It's different. It's one-on-one. Did you expect me to just clean in silence? Okay, so now we have an ad. I'm gonna drink some water. I'm gonna check my model again. I'm gonna see if that is still broken. Because I'm gonna pause the actual game during the ad because I don't want to be disrespectful to anyone who is not subscribed. Are we pogging? I think we might be pogging. I think we might be so back. I think that we might actually be back. Ah! Oh my, really? I froze as soon as I got back? Okay, never mind. Nothing is fine. All is horrible. All is done. I'm exploding again. Hello? Are we here? Hello? Hi? I'm back. Okay. All is well. All is well. We have survived. We've lived. I'm no longer... Why am I on a dictionary? Like, let me... Now I'm too low. The frick? Let me... Okay. All is well. We're back to where we were. I'm at my normal height. I am no longer chibified. I am beyond the chibi. However, I still have my emotional support firearm. Because that's just like what I have. Actually, like the third person I'm watching that had a problem with their model today, I don't know what the deal is. I don't know like why, like once every other stream, my model will just break for like 20 minutes. And it's just like, I have a, because generally a lot of people will use their computer to track their model, which really increases CPU load. But I use an iPhone that is connected to my computer and an internal tracking software on my device in order to track my model. So that means my phone is using its processing power to track my model, whereas my computer is focused on like OBS and program and whatever I'm doing. So I don't know why it constantly breaks. It might be a connection thing between them. Who knows? They grew. Yes, I did. I'm back to my normal height. Although I think it would be really funny to have art where it's just chibi version of me sat on a dictionary on this chair with a big like oversized handgun in my hands, and I'm just like talking about programming. That's so weird. That's so weird. Anyway, welcome back, everyone, from the ad. I paused, don't worry. But player 6 is just like, it's one-on-one. Did you expect me to just clean in silence? It's just a game. Did you expect to not have fun? Hate it when people do stuff like that. What, turn your own negative thoughts against you? They're not negative thoughts, they're... heck, they're negative thoughts, aren't they? And so they come to see the truth. I can see the truth just fine. It's just weird to acknowledge to someone. Bad weird or nothing wrong with that? If Chibi Arrow and Normal Arrow had a duel, who would win? Okay, so both of us would be armed. However, I feel like Chibi Arrow has cartoon logic, and if they get shot with a bullet, it would simply like cartoonishly like cave in their head and then it would bounce out like rubber and they'd be completely fine. Normal Arrow would like start dying, right? And I think that it's a matter of like, in order to defeat a Chibi, you must use Chibi tactics, and I am not of that world. And so I also think Chibi Arrow would fire their guns a whole bunch, and they would fire like 50 shots out of a 12 bullet magazine, and none of them would hit me comedically. Like I'm operating off of Chibi has cartoon logic. So I do think that I would be safe at least for a while, though I am scared of what would happen should I run off any cliffs and not realize until I look down, and or an anvil or piano happened to be above me, and the Chibi in firing a shot would ricochet off of a spittoon bucket, hit into a sign that spins it around and makes it say the wrong words, and then hit into a into a pair of scissors that then fall and snip a rope that is holding an anvil above me and Rube Goldberg's me. That is how I imagine that would go. Goon logic versus tone logic. Basically, I do think that it would be like, I would be like hardcore, like hard-boiled, like absolute machine, and I would be fighting Bugs Bunny. Fight Toon Logic with Toon Logic. I'm eating spicy pickled Cheetos and it's making me feel weird. Oh, you can kill a Chibi with enough aura. It's like poison to them. Because Chibis can't aura farm. So I need to start aura farming is what it is. I need to just like get out. I need to channel my inner Giga Chad aura. Which, if you don't know, I already have experience with. We already have viewed Arrow Chad. The Arrow Giga Chad is real and can hurt you. So if I just do this on it, if I Mog them, if I Look Smacks them, if I Mew, I'm saying buzzwords that I think are applicable, but I don't actually know. I think I would be able to just like passively damage them over time. You have to redeem your 6-month Twitch sub. Well, welcome in. Just tell it looks like a Funko Pop. I would never deal true damage like that. If you interrupt antics with enough aura, you would win. I will say, like, I was watching Hakos Bales after she released a HoloLive VTuber, who she was talking about the filming of her newest music video, Snake Eyes, which is super awesome, super good. It's really cool. And she was saying how awkward it is aura farming. Like, she looks awesome and does a bunch of cool stuff, and there's amazing shots or whatever of her 3D mocap in the music video, because the lighting and the camera work and the music is all like synced up to make her look as cool as possible. But she's explaining that, like, in the mocap studio, it is silent. She is being stared at by like 4 to 8 like uncaring crew members, and she's like expected to like sit up on a ledge, right? She's expected that like she's expected to just like do that and like aura farm off of this ledge. Like, that's like, it's just a chair that she sat on, but in the music video, she's like hanging off like 1,000-foot drop under like a blood moon or something. And like, she looks super cool in the finished product, but in the actual presentation of it, she's like, I feel ridiculous. I am like in this mocap suit and I'm doing weird poses in total silence as a bunch of people who don't care about me are judging me. And it was really funny to hear the behind the scenes of what like a music video like that would be, because yeah, aura farming often feels internally cringe. It's all outward perception. It is all the presentation of your aura farm. Therapist Arrow Giga Chad can't hurt you. They're not real. Meanwhile, Arrow Giga Chad just stands there menacingly. So I do feel like the answer to fighting Toon Logic with the Chibi is to fight it with Goon Aura Maxing. However, how can I Goon Aura Max? How can I Aura Max as a Goon? As like fedora, trench coat, sawed-off shotgun, Tommy gun in the back seat of like an open top carriage driving by, rattle 'em boys, and then I fire. Like, how can I aura farm that? That is the question. And how can I aura farm it where I know I'm aura farming? Bad weird? Is this a bad weird or good weird? I'm not sure. Just weird. I hardly know you after all. Fair, I've barely been running for you. We're not strangers, but we hardly know anything about one another. Anything you want to share? Not really. I just work IT for name of company. I'm a blue team specialist, so it's just data security. Blue team. Blue team is defense, red team is offense and data sec. Red team tries their best to crack our stuff and then lets us know what worked. That allows us to protect systems from outside interference. They're a hacker? I didn't know you were a hacker. It's less hacking and more data structures, but at least this degree was good for something. What about outside of work? I have a weekly session with this group, but I'm actually also in another group with my high school friends. Outside of that, I love fixing up around the house. How could you possibly love that? It's soothing to have a project I can work on with a stream on in the background. What about you? Chores suck, or house projects can be fun. I think chores suck. I can't agree. Chores suck even with something on in the background. It's just nice to have something to do with my hands while watching a stream. Ask about the stream or make the joke. Are you going to make the joke? Are you going to have the D&D HR department come to you? Something to do with your hands, What? Oh, not like that. You didn't clarify, and those sort of streams are popular. Player 6 checks the notification on their phone and realizes the time. Sorry, but cleanup's done, and I gotta go. Don't even worry about it. Thanks for the help. Player 6 heads out to the car, and you turn in for a quiet night. See? So you have like two different options there. If you want, I can go through another one if you'd like to see it. We did all of this last time on stream, or a lot of it last time on stream. But what we're doing now is, I think... Yeah. So what we're at now... We are on week 2. We have done week 1, where week 1 is... blah, 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 like the orcs and whatever. The after session of, hey, after the session, this is where it goes. And then the after session scenes. And now in... label... Do I have label week 2 anywhere? No. Yeah, so this would be where I start up week 2. And the question is, I had brief notes on it. The first one, go and fight some orcs. The second one, go and explore like a dungeon. The third one, participate in a masquerade. Or maybe the second one can be masquerade, third one is a dungeon, and fourth one is a big climactic fight with the final boss, right? Or what we could do, the second week is a dungeon, the third is a masquerade, and then the fourth is a continuation of the masquerade from session 3, and the fourth week is like fighting the big final boss of House Ventor, right? I want this to be very simple, very constrained, but with like a side venture. The orcs are kind of like setting up the venture thing. I think the dungeon adventure is just getting more loot, getting more gear, and you can probably choose a magic item that you give them, and then that will impact what they can do at the masquerade. And the masquerade would be a social encounter. And so you have social or combat for week 1. You have exploration or combat for week 2. You have social or exploration for the masquerade in week 3, and then week 4 you have one of each. You have one option for each of them because that's the big final climactic confrontation. And then that would allow you to, if you're trying to run a combat oriented game, that would give you like 3 of the 4 weeks are combat oriented. If you're trying to run an exploration oriented game, 3 of the 4 weeks can be exploration oriented. But ultimately, you can't just only ever choose socialization. You have to make a decision sometime. And maybe you're just avoiding role-playing. Maybe you're always choosing the option other than role-playing, which would be another interesting option. Because then players 3 wouldn't like you, but maybe players 1, 2, 4, and 5 all like you. Because none of them care about role-playing, and so choosing anything else, they'd all like it. Who knows? So we're gonna do week 1. We are now at week week 2. So week 2, this is going to be what did I do for week 1? So this is like a brief introduction about what happened, and then based on the tutorial, and then we jump right into it. So I think what we do is we do what the frick? Holy heck. So we do that. A week passed since your first session with the new group, since your last session. A week passed since your last session with the orcs. With the swamp. Now, this is going to be approaching orcs that were hired by a highborn noble cult, delving into a dungeon to get more gear. Then we can do label week 3, infiltrating a masquerade of House Ventor. And then I think week 4 is final confrontation with the head of House Ventor, right? So it's very simple. It's just like, hey, here is setting up what the main conflict is going to be. We're going to delve into the dungeon to get the favor of House Malka so that we can get infiltrated, or maybe delving into a dungeon on behalf of House Ventor, infiltrating a masquerade of House Ventor, and then a final confrontation with the head of House Ventor. So what this is that this is a very simple, cultists were using orcs to attack caravans. You then have to get in the good graces of the cult, you then infiltrate their social event, and then you fight their head, right? Sure. That works. Week 2, another week since your last session. Another week since your last session. Upon returning to House Malka, the party was rewarded for not only retrieving the ox skull, but also the House Ventor sigil. Their contact in House Malka okay, so how do we dovetail this, right? I think their contact in House Malka informed them of a... I think what it is that it's House Malka kind of fades at this point. I think House Malka is like, okay, we used you, now we're done. Was rude not only for... that did little to repair their reputation, though. So with no more work at House Malka, the party took the initiative to infiltrate House Ventor themselves. Had to rely on... how do I say this? Krieg, every time you come here, you just say toes. And every single time, it's wild. I gotta say. I think it's player 1 and player 5? I already have week 2, week 4. Okay, so what I had is infiltrating the Highborn cult at a party, confronting the Highborn leader, dealing with the consequences of the tutorial choice. Oh, right. So I'm going to move these up anyway. I'm moving these up anyway because all of the after session stuff happens after. I thought I had the weeks. Okay, so now we have to make a decision. What do we want? Do we want it to be delving into a dungeon, masquerade? I think that we need a decompress session. I think we just speed it along. So we have... Actually... First session was combat or... First session was combat or exploration. Or combat or role-playing. Second session at the masquerade, role-playing or... Let's do this. Second session is role-playing or exploration because it's Highborn Cult. The third week is combat or exploration. They can't... Oh, okay, so... I know. Solved either by killing the leader or dissolving the ritual. Disrupting the ritual. And that's the exploration angle, because exploration also includes puzzles. You could have it be, oh, you need to kill the Highborn leader, or... of House Ventor. Okay. So I think what we do... I know what we're doing now. And what we can do is... Whop. So, another week since your last session. Upon returning to House Malka... is it Malka or Malkov? Nope, it's Malka. Because this is a Vampire the Masquerade reference. I don't remember. Malkavian and Ventru. Malka and Ventor. Upon returning to House Malka, the party was rewarded for not only retrieving the Ox Scroll, but also the House Ventor sigil. That did little to repair their reputation, though. So with no more work at House Malka, the party took the initiative to infiltrate House Ventor themselves. They had to rely on P1 and... P5. P6? P6. They'd rely on P5, P1 and P6 to do the talking, given House Ventor's bias against Highborn. Though, due to some assistance from the rest of the party, they managed to secure an invitation to an upcoming masquerade. One shopping trip later, party had... So how do we want to make this serious or silly? I think the serious or the silly here is what's the vibe of the party. Is the party like super crazy decadent and everyone's like wild all over the place? And then the serious is that it's like very, very propriety and high society. I think that's where we do the serious or the silly. Because every session is going to have, is this serious or is this silly? Every session is going to be or do you step in and push the party? Do you sit back and let them do their thing? Or do you push for them to do it? Or do you like work with them? Like, what if the shopping trip? No. Okay, I know. One shopping trip later, the party had nice enough outfits and distinct enough masks to fit in. Can you refresh what character is which again? So, player 1 is the Renaissance jock. He is someone who's athletic, ambitious, confident, a bit of a golden retriever, but he's not really like plugged into nerd culture. He's not really like big on TTRPGs. So he's kind of flying blind here a little bit, and doesn't feel like he fits as a result. Player 2, Guard Dog Femboy. He is a man who is a bit femininely expressing, and he's the sort that will throw hands for his friend instantly, but really doesn't know how to stick up for himself and kind of lets people walk all over him. Player 3, Team Mom Forever GM. This is someone who is the DM of the group and is now finally getting to play. She kind of forces her opinion on everyone else because she knows better for them than what they know for themselves, and needs to learn how to back off. Player 4 is just a chill tomboy. Doesn't take anything seriously because she's kind of terrified of intimacy. So she never really connects with anyone and doesn't like shoot for seriousness in anything. Player 5 is Investigator Chaos NB. This is someone who like just wants stuff to happen. They're a bit of a mad scientist. They want momentum, agency, ambition, and they will assume that everyone else wants that too and just kind of do stuff assuming everyone else is along for the ride. And then player 6 is Too Shy to Be a Diva. They are very like physically expressive in their gender expression. However, they don't really like talking too much. They don't show much initiative. They want to participate, but they have analysis paralysis. They're shy and they kind of want to come out of their shell. So that's what we have. But their ability to actually. So one shopping trip later, the party had nice enough outfits and distinct enough masks to fit in, but the ability to actually mingle was another matter. I think what we do is we start with what's the vibes of the party? Hello, Vet. Okay, thank you. Of course. What are the vibes of the party? I think it is a raucous, debaucherous celebration. That's silly. And then this would be a formal event of propriety. I think it's a raucous, debaucherous party, or it's a formal event of propriety. And then this is where we describe either it is you. This is where we describe the set dressing. I think this is where it's. Luckily, how do I? Silly mood pog. I think it's call silly mood pog from week 2. Silly choice And then this would be serious mood pog. And then this would be call session serious mood from weak to serious mood. Serious choice. Ooh, pulling out the thesaurus for this. The thesaurus of my brain, sure. I mean, I was just sat on a dictionary when I was in my cheapified form. Luckily, this is an adventurer-friendly environment. Luckily, this was an adventurer-friendly environment. A band blared upbeat music with a magic boosted bass drum kicking momentum forward. A band blared upbeat music with magic boosted bass drum. An open bar served alcohol infused pastries and a do I add like jungle juice? Do I add and a vat of what was best described as medieval jungle juice? Nobles and servants danced around one another. Nobles and servants danced around one another, laughing despite their rank or relationship. And every vice and back rooms lingered with smoke and hushed voices of ill-fated meetings sneaking off for some privacy. Right? So I want it to be like the silly session is all very loud, it's all very in your face, it's all very and then the formal event is luckily this is an adventure-friendly environment. A band blared upbeat music with magic boosted bass drum kicking momentum with a highborn band. A band of summoned highborn blared upbeat music with a magic boosted bass drum kicking momentum forward. An open bar served alcohol infused pastries and a vat of what was best described as medieval jungle juice. Nobles and servants danced around one another, laughing despite their rank or relationship. And then I think this is just back rooms lingered with smoke and hushed voices of some snuck off to back rooms lingering with smoke and hushed voices for some privacy. And then if it's a formal event, but their ability to actually mingle was another matter. This was the stereotypical noble function. This was the stereotypical noble function with regimented dance routines, all in attendance, were expected to know. Servants spun and dipped around the hapless nobility, carrying small flutes of wine or sparkling cider for all to Hanging from the ceiling, a summoned highborn held its own hair taut and played a droning melody of high strings. I do wonder, is it a good idea to have the tutorial actually have consequences in the main story? I assume a more experienced player replaying the game would probably want to skip it. So what I did is what did I do? I made it so that in the start, would you like to play the tutorial? No. Real quick, how do you handle interplayer conflict? Awesome. And then the standard, the option that if you skip it is that it's player 2 didn't actually stab him. So what that would be is that would actually lead to a different final option. And that would mean that week 4 would have a unique setup based off of what happened in the tutorial you skipped. So in, like tutorial choice, if tutorial was skipped versus body was hidden versus highborn was summoned. So the 3 options are we hid the body, or we summoned a highborn to deal with the body, or there was no body because player 2 never stabbed anyone, right? So I did account for that. Arrow, also what's jungle juice? That's my understanding of when it is like a giant pot of like fruit punch that you add in a bunch of liquor to. Like the classic like frat party juice, or like the college party like big thing of like red liquid that you definitely should not drink from. That's what I'm going for. That might not be the proper term for it. Masks were merely a vessel to keep yourself anonymous. You engaged in vice. Well, but the ability to actually mingle was another matter. Why? I think not what advised the party. Why was the party? Why was mingling so difficult? It was a raucous, debaucherous party. Formality. So why was mingling so difficult? It was a raucous, debaucherous party. Formality. Do I say like the rules of? I think it's the rules of polite society. And as such, actually getting information from anyone turned out to be quite difficult. And what I'm going to attempt to do, and you let me know how this goes as a reader. I'm going to attempt to set up in the beginning all of this, and then not reference it, and it should still stick in the reader's brain. Particularly if once we add in backgrounds, where the background for a raucous, debaucherous party is different than the background of polite society. If we have like 5 lines describing this party, and then we have like 5 lines describing this party, it should be that even if I don't reference how loud the music is, or how like debaucherous everyone is being, or how reserved everyone is being in future lines, it should still be clear, and that's my goal. No one would so much as turn their gaze away from its appropriate position. No one would so much as turn their gaze away from its appropriate position. Masks hiding their true intentions, right? So you can either go, oh, it's like a giant like feast and party and everyone's crazy, or it's polite society. It's so high strung and everything. And as such, actually getting information from anyone turned out to be quite difficult. The party reconvened in a private room. I think this is where they complain. I think this is where they struggle. And then this is where you get a choice to tell them like, hey, here, like I push adversary to like force their hand, or I think that it is that they like you help them out, or you let them talk out themselves. So who is going to complain first? I think player 5 goes, we're not getting anywhere. This certainly isn't what I expected. I think it could be interesting to mangle a bit of description later on. Yeah, so I can do that on RenPy. It would just be, I do like bark bark assigned to 0. And if I do this, I do bark bark is assigned to 1. And then I would just do over here, I would say if bark bark is equal to 0, then look, ma, then else, right? Like that would be super simple. I just don't know if I want to do that, right? I don't know if that's necessary. Right? So like I could do also make a new variable, tag it, and then once you go from there, I mean, I already set it up. Like I may as well at this point, given I just did this. So week 2 party. Week 2 party. And then if week 2 party is equal to 0, this certainly isn't what I expected. I think it's cool. I didn't say it wasn't cool. I just said it was unexpected. Why do nobles always have to be so boring? I know, right? Can't they at least have an open bar? As a cheeky reference to the fact that if you chose the other option, they would have an open bar. So like, I might as well do that now. Although like, this is so close to the menu, I could just like copy, put in there, right? I don't need to do this right now, but later on, if I have another description, I might as well include it. So week 2 party. We still have no idea who here is tied to the cult. I actually think we have no is tied to the not cult. I think it's what's revealed from the masquerade is that they find out it's a cult. We still have no idea who here is tied to the orcs. Kinda wish we asked for more information. Kinda wish we asked for information on their supplier now. Well, it's a little late for that. And yes, this is like, oh yeah, what if you did talk to them and then you left? That doesn't mean that like, oh, the orc is dead. It's just a little late for that. We're already here. So I was expecting to have some sort of clout from being a highborn but they just keep ignoring me. That's because you're not the best at socializing. What? You didn't build Tyrius to be a social character. What? So this is like player one not understanding, not the most charismatic. Oh, you meant... Right. Because I want to reinforce subtly, but consistently, player one doesn't really get role-playing in the same way that everyone else does. Player one struggles to separate himself from the game. Player one consistently says something that is metagaming, interprets something in the wrong way, takes it the wrong way, but like not in a problematic way, just kind of in a like he's not well suited for it yet because he doesn't have the experience. Who has not talked? Everyone but player 5 and player 4 has talked a decent amount. Player 3, player 4, player 5. Player 1 and player 2 just had a bit. What avenues haven't we explored yet? First, we need to figure out what exactly we're looking for. Who's working with the orcs? Yeah, but how do we find that out? And what if there's something... yeah, but how do we find that out? And what if there's more going on? The players didn't really come here with a plan, and now they're suffering as a result. In all honesty, you didn't expect them to come here at all. So you barely threw notes together during their shopping. They don't have a lead because you never gave them one. Right? So I think that what we can have it be is that it's partially their fault, partially your fault. And that's what I'm trying to reinforce a couple times. It's like, you screw up as a GM, but also like GMs screw up and that's okay. It's okay to have things not go how you expected as a GM. What matters is how you pivot. And I think this is where we have do you work with them? Do you let them sort it out? Or do you add adversity? They don't have a lead because you never gave them one. Player 6 is a genius. Player 6. And what if there's more going on? Player 6 is a genius. You planned on introducing the cults that makes up House Ventor's upper caste in the next session, but now's a good a time as any. You plan on issuing the cult that makes up House Ventor's upper caste in the next session. The only question is, how do you get the players informed about this cult so this cult's existence? I think this is where we add in a menu choice, and this is where the menu choice is, how do you get the players informed about this cult's existence? I think this is where we add in, like, someone mistakes them for members of a cult, and that's kind of where it pushes them forward. I think that you could encourage P6's line of thought, or you could just sit back and... Is this a circumstance where you can sit back? I don't know if I want to give that option. Maybe this session is a circumstance where... So, like, the first session was you have one of each option. But maybe in this circumstance, it's you only get 2 of the 3. A challenge we have with GMing is just not adequately describing environments. Me too. Also, I really suck at describing characters. Like, I really struggle with describing characters. One, because it takes up a lot of time to verbally describe someone in detail. But also, I don't have an idea in mind for most characters. I just kind of know who they are, what they're going to do. I don't know what their physical appearance is a lot of the time. So, how do you get the players informed about this cult's existence? And I think one option is a servant mistakes them for members. I think this one is... Or maybe... No. I think what it is... The only question is, how do you get them informed? And I think maybe a servant automatically mistakes them for members. And then after the servant automatically mistakes them, you handle how the party responds to that. Hello, Ninty. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. How do we handle introducing D&D players digitally into a cult? How do you get the players informed of this cult's existence? A hapless servant would do. As you're discussing that, okay, so I could... Do I have the servant be an option, or do I have it be what happens and then the option comes after the servant comes in? I could see it being I'm going to write as the servant is mandatory first. Why would you do that? Because you became Zoob. Why not? It's fun. As you're discussing this, a servant slips into the room you're in. They put a hand on their throat and bow to you all. Their eyes never raise above your feet. And they speak at the ground. Because we're Mafia, yeah. We shoot each other. Listen, I have a gun out. You clearly don't understand the position you're in if you don't see the gun that I have pointed at you. What the frick? It went away? Oh, right, I have it set up. I forgot that I could put it away. But yeah, we shoot people here. So if you like that, stay. If you don't, might not be the spot for you. Their eyes never raise above your feet and they speak at the ground. Are you waiting on Lord Victor? Are you waiting on Lord Victor? If you're waiting on Lord Victor, I'm afraid he has other business to attend to tonight. And I think a hapless servant will do is a menu option. I think that's one of the options you have access to, because that's pretty direct. Or maybe... Who the heck is Lord Victor? Do any of us recognize that name? I think all of you would know that is... All of you would know that is the current head of House Ventor. All of you know that is the current head of House Ventor. This guy thinks we were waiting to meet the head of House Ventor. Unclear. Do any of us recognize that name? The only name that comes to mind is Victor Ventor. None of you know, if you're waiting on Victor, I'm afraid he has other business to attend to tonight. Who the heck is Victor? Do any of us recognize that name? None of you know a Victor personally, though Lord Victor is the current head of House Ventor. This guy thinks we were waiting to meet the House of Head Ventor? We can use this. The issue is they talk to the servant. I think the servant might be the avenue. Okay, I think what it is, the servant is the avenue of, is this exploration oriented or is this social oriented? Do you talk to the servant, or is it a matter of exploring through the area, right? Is it a matter of like tailing the servant as they are going somewhere else? And that's how we get the role play. Or so role play, talk to servant, exploration, servant backs off and needs to be followed. And then how we do the 3 choice, this is going to be going into the private area of the house, right? Because I think it's, they talk to the servant. The servant is a canon event, always going to be the servant. And then in talking to the servant, if you want it to be more roleplay oriented, the servant just gives them all the information. And if you want it to be more exploration oriented, the servant recognizes that they screwed up, backs off, and just leaves and needs to be followed, right? We can use this. And player 5, I roll my eyes and say, after he kept us waiting so long, the servant bows just a little deeper. Sorry again. If you're waiting on Victor, I'm afraid he has other business to attend to tonight. Sorry about that. Sorry again. The servant bows just a little deeper. Sorry again. But unfortunately, even the Ordo must wait for... Even the Ordo must wait when business comes up. And then this is where they're like, the Ordo? And then I think they're talking to each other, and they realize that, like, they've been mistaken for another group. And then that is where you have the option of either they can pursue this with the servant, or the servant realizes they screwed up and they leave. So, the Ordo? Like the Ordo... Like the Ordo... Purius? I don't know. I'm trying to make the most like 40k sounding name that I can. Like the Ordo Purius, those paladins? And then I think this says, they disavowed. So I want this not to be complicated. I want this to be like, ooh, intrigue, not ooh, complicated, right? So I want this to be like the Ordo. That doesn't ring a bell. The Ordo, I think this is where player 1... No, I think player 5, because player 5 being very initiative oriented, pushing forward, goes, the Ordo, but unfortunately, even the Ordo must wait when business comes up. And... Okay, how do I do that? How do I ride this line of furthering plot without making plot too complicated, and demonstrating character, and keeping it in the stylization of these characters talking as they would with their character flaws? The Ordo, that doesn't ring a bell. Should we ask about it? That'd definitely give us up as... That'd definitely show we're not whoever this servant thinks we are. I think this game likes crosstalk, and I think that there's a lot of cross-table talk with the various players. So, none of you know Victor personally, though. Loader Victor is the current head of House Ventor. This guy thinks we were waiting to meet the head of House Ventor. We can use this. I roll my eyes and say, after he kept us waiting so long, the servant bows just a little deeper. Sorry again, but unfortunately, even the Ordo must wait when business comes up. The Ordo, that doesn't ring a bell. Should we ask about it? That'd definitely show we're not whoever this servant thinks we are. And when will Victor be done? I think this is where you say unclear, though it sounded as though he would be unclear, though it sounded as though he would be busy for the remainder of the party. Sorry again. Can this guy stop apologizing? You're one to talk. How do they respond to this? I think unclear. That sounded as though he would be busy for the remainder of the party. Sorry again. How do we phrase this? So they now just learned something about the Ordo. You know that Victor, head of House Ventor, is part of it, and the servant seems to think that they're part of it. And we want to get to the point where they have the opportunity of either pursuing this further, talking to the servant, or the servant backs off and follows. So the players now know about the Ordo Tyrannus. Sure. The Ordo Tyrannus. Hello. Welcome back. The players now know about the Ordo Tyrannus. At least now know about the Ordo Tyrannus, or at least have a lead on it. Your initial plan was to have the servant name drop it and leave, though the players seem invested in. Though, why not let the servant say everything? That might not be very realistic, but it could be fun. Then this is where we go. How does the party get more information on the Ordo? And then I think the servant, they tail the servant, or they question the servant. That might not be very realistic, but it could be fun. So would having the servant realize their mistake and the party having to follow them. And so this is where we go. They tail the servant, they question the servant. This is where we go call exploration mood versus call from weak to explore choice. Then this is that for social. So now we have a situation where they don't know what they're doing here. They're like, I figured we'd just talk to them about the orcs. This is really weird. Independent of whatever the environment is, they go off to a side room. They're like, what are we doing here? A servant slips into the room you're in. They put a hand on their throat and bow to you all. Their eyes never raise above your feet, and they speak the ground. If you're waiting on, I think Lord Victor. The current head, you're not certain, though the current head of House Ventor goes by Lord something. I mean, so you're not certain, though the current head of House Ventor goes by Lord something. And it starts with a V. So, like, you're not certain. The current head of House Ventor, I think it's just like the current head of House Ventor is Lord Victor. Do any of us recognize that name? The current head of House Ventor is a Lord Victor. This guy thinks we're waiting to meet the head of House Ventor. We can use this. I roll my eyes and say, after he kept us waiting so long, the servant bows just a little deeper. Sorry again, but unfortunately even the Ordo must wait when business comes up. The Ordo? That doesn't ring a bell. Should we ask about it? That'd definitely show we're not whoever the servant thinks we are. And when will Victor be done? Unclear, though it sounded as though he would be busy for the remainder of the party. Sorry again. Though the Lord would be busy for the remainder of the evening. This guy, stop apologizing. You're one to talk. The players now know about the Ordo Tyrannus, or at least have a lead on it. Your initial plan was to have the servant name drop it and leave, though why not let the servant say everything? But that might not be very realistic, but it could be fun. So would having the servant realize their mistake and the party having to follow them. How does the party get more information on the Ordo? And then it's exploration or it is social. I think that we start with Players ask some more probing questions, which the servant grows steadily more wary of. It reaches a breaking point when even the lowborn player 3 calls the Lord simply Victor. At that, even behind the mask, even behind the mask, you can see the servant go pale. They recognize they aren't talking to who they thought they were. I'm gonna grab him. I think this is go ahead and roll. Or so I'm gonna grab him, and then I think it's wait, what if we tail them instead? What do you mean? If we just hold them down and interrogate them, they have no reason to give us truthful information. Then what are we gonna do after? Stab them? I think this is where someone can be like, well, I have truth magic. Who is a high caster? Pew. I know player 1 is a high caster who specializes in summoning giant monsters. Lowborn specialist, highborn specialist, low caster hybrid. I think player 6 says, I have an ability. I have Augur Tongue. I have Augur Tongue. So they couldn't knowingly lie. So they couldn't intentionally lie. Then what are we going to do after? Stab them? No, I think you might be right. How do we play off this whole situation? What if we just let them go? What if we just let them go? That might work. If none of you try anything, the servant simply apologizes for that they'd drank too much and that they were speaking nonsense. With a quicker and lighter step than you'd expect, they slip back out the door. I'm going after them. I think this is where player 6 says, I'm a highborn specialist. Should I? And that's where it says, player 3 says, no reason you can't both go. And this is where we go. So like specialist is like your rogue, your non-magical dexterity character, right? So specialist, right? No reason you can't both go. Shit. All of us specialists might as well. The three of you slip out the door in turn and are greeted with the entire masquerade in full swing. And then I think this is where we do reference the previous variable that we set up of if week 2 party is 0, then that means that it is raucous and crazy. The band, someone has summoned support for the band, and they're Violet. Why are you spamming Purge the Week? Violet. Someone has summoned support for the band, and they're about twice the volume they were before. You love cooking with bacon grease? I'm happy for you. My roommate is a big fan of the cast iron pan we have and will use grease repeatedly for multiple cookings, and that's so weird to me, but apparently that's what you do with cast iron, and I just don't get it. A verifiable mosh pit has formed where servants and nobles are slamming into one another, knocking masks aside, laughing. And then I think this would be an else. I had to go on a light killing spree. I got my eye on you. Mostly because you shot everyone else, so there's not many other people to have an eye on, but I got you. And then I think you, a synchronized dance of at least 20 pairs of people occupies the central floor, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Everyone, even bystanders and servants, sway in time with the shrill notes of the hanging highborn. And the servant is nowhere to be found. What's RPY? This is RenPy. RenPy is a engine that is used for coding visual novels. So right now, I'm programming a visual novel where you are a GM running a TTRPG for your friends, right? So all of this is just prose, it's just text, but the formatting of RenPy facilitates speaker string. Like it still has if-thens or if-elses, but it's primarily about like just lines of text. Yeah. Doki Doki Literature Club is probably the most famous RenPy, and I think that's part of what got the engine popular. And the servant is nowhere to be found. I think player 6 asks, what was their mask like? Do I add another silly or serious? Like, do I add another, like, you add in a joke? I think I added another silly or serious. I think that this is a situation where as the game progresses, there's more and more silly and serious options. What was their mask like? Menu. What was their mask like? Silly. serious. Say if I do this, serious. Serious. Two. Am I allowed to talk about TTRPGs in here, or do we gotta stay purely focused on coding? You can talk TTRPGs. I'm just gonna be focused on coding, is what it is. This is primarily a productivity stream for me, where I'm really just kind of showing you my process as I'm doing this, and I'm basically setting time aside in my week for this, is really what this is. Which is why probably starting in a couple weeks from now, I'll shift gears to Spiritfarer, where I'm not going to be coding until this is completed like every single week. This is mostly just every couple weeks I'll put on a coding stream or two. I think if they are serious, what would a serious mask be? I think a serious mask is just like a straight laced description. I think this is a pale white half mask that exposes their chin and mouth. A bone white half mask that exposed their chin and mouth. And then I think this is a pouting baby or something, like something ridiculous, like a fursuit mask. An anthropomorphic wolf head. Right, so like if it's the silly option, I want it to be something that's like still plausible, but everyone's gonna be like, haha, it's a fursuit. And then I think that the first one's like, what, like a fursuit? An anthropomorphic wolf head. What, like a fursuit? And then this is where I think are all of the Ordo just furries? Like, and that's the kind of thing where like the idea of a silly choice is not, oh, it's ruining the game. The idea of a silly choice is it enables silliness. It enables a motorcycle driving outside my house and roaring down a residential street. Are all of the Ordo just furries? What if player one's a furry? What if player one is a furry? Because why not, you know? Chat, does anyone have tips for getting over first session nerves? I haven't played or hosted 2 of the systems I'm about to host for yet, and I'm super duper nervous. If they're your friends, they're not going to get upset at you, so just focus on having fun with your friends. And if they're not your friends, then they don't know you, and it doesn't matter. So even if you screw up, doesn't really matter. As long as you try your best, as long as you have fun, that's what matters. And anything else is secondary. Are all of the Ordo just furries? And then that's where... Then why'd they think we were in the Ordo? Suspicions raise as the entire table eyes one another warily. Oh, heck! Oh, heck, I was gonna make it so criminy. Week 3, I think week 2, player 3 was gonna be busy. How did I do this? Player 3 scenes. I had this set up somewhere. I was gonna have it be that different weeks to different members not show up. So I think this upcoming week, player 3 wasn't available. So like force you to choose someone else. I got one of my friends super duper excited for Kane because like every kind of aesthetic and subject matter she likes crammed in one. I don't want to disappoint her. She's so cool, and the other 2 players are also cool. Well, if they're so cool, they'll see how cool you are for showing them the system and be able to handle, even if it's slightly like on the down low. Like even if it's not to their ideal specifications. If they're cool, they'll recognize that you tried your best and appreciate that. What I do. I think we just replace some of our dialogue. Okay, so I'm removing player 3's contribution to this. Who else is a lowborn? Who else is a lowborn? They're 5. So, then what are you gonna do? Stab him? I think this is where we go. Player 1. Player. I have auger tongue, so they couldn't intentionally. So if I roll for it, then they can't intentionally lie. What are we gonna do after? Stab them? Yeah, you might be right. How do we play off this whole situation? Let's just let them go. No reason you can't both go. Why? Maybe. Why can't you both go? So now I've written out player 3 from week 2 because another week since your last session. Another week since your last session. Unfortunately, player 3 wasn't feeling well today and had to cancel last minute. At her insistence, you continued the session. At her insistence, you continue. Okay. What if I had a little choice right here? You continue the session, and the rest of the party wished her well. I think this is a menu option where it's just like, how did you respond? Then it's just like, wish her well. And then I think this is like, offer to cancel. And I don't do I want to give points for offering to cancel for? I don't think so. I think it's just literally like, you can wish her well, you can offer to cancel. First one is going to be a softball story-wise to ease everyone in, but I'm nervous about fumbling the bag with more serious subject matter onward. But I think I can do it. Maybe they liked my other games. Yeah, you're fine. If they liked your other sessions, you're already ahead of the curve. You're already someone that they appreciate the game of. And no matter what you do and no matter what you screw up, they're going to enjoy it. As long as you're not actively like hammering one of their insecurities, you'll probably be fine. And all you have to keep in mind is keep in mind what their boundaries are and keep in mind what they're uncomfortable with but are comfortable being displayed, right? There are certain things that they might not want you to talk about in game, and there might be other things that they might be fine with you talking about, but only in the context of we are solving this problem. So keep that in mind. But for an investigation, it's literally just always give them at least a little information. Even if they fail a roll, even if they're going down the wrong track, even if they're focused on a red herring, give them a little bit of information. Give them a little bit of forward progress. And then the players will always feel like they're making forward progress because they are. And that might be they go towards They go towards clue X. And after reaching clue X, they learn that X had nothing to do with it. But X was the best friend of Y, who was the host. And so by leveraging what they learned from X, they can better talk to Y, right? X had nothing to do with the hound that showed up. However, X was the best friend of Y, so they learned, like, they told you a bit about Y, and then when you question Y, you know that Y really likes baseball and really hates vegetables and is kind of like a teenager in an adult's body and never really matured that much. So you can use that in investigating. Yeah, it might have been like a waste of time for half an hour to talk to X, but you still got more information. You're writing this all down in a comically large notebook with a comically tiny pencil. That's very, very good. You wished her well and a speedy recovery. You wished her well and a speedy recovery. She expressed her apologies for canceling last minute and said she expressed her apologies for canceling last minute. And you continued the session. And you continued the session with the rest of the party. You wished her well and a speedy recovery. Her response was simple. I wish I could just magic away cramps. Offer to cancel. You told her you'd be willing to cancel the session to accommodate her. She pushed back, even when you brought up you're effectively running for her. I'll just get caught up in the group chat after. Don't worry. So, she expressed her apologies for canceling last minute, and you continue the session with the rest of the party. Upon returning to House Malka, the party was rewarded for not only retrieving the octal, because I want it to be like, yeah, it's always nice when you can get the whole group together. I want there to be like week 2, player 3 won't show up, and there's a couple other weeks that other players aren't going to show up. A player drew her XO and bounced in, and I keep staring at them because they're so cool. It's all so cool. Kane is the coolest system ever. Kane is very cool. And I have gotten a little bit of fan art of Sins I've run, which has been wild to see. And people, like, just being able to talk about the system and the various XOs in it has been so much fun. I want to play Kane. I played a one-shot one time. I would love the opportunity to be a sad little exorcist doing my sad little exorcist things. I think it'd be fun. Goodness gracious. So I think oh, freaky. A bone white half mask that exposed their chin and mouth. It's a time stop class and a Gojo Infinity class and whatever the heck the Ghost of Your Future Death class is, and it's so cool. That is fair. But like, I really like the Whisper. I really like the Bind blasphemies, but like, time stop is awesome. I don't know what Gojo Infinity class is, but I assume it's cool. Smother, I feel like it's slept on. Smother as a blasphemy, like reduce stuff, remove stuff, lie to God, like that is super awesome. and it gets slept on constantly, and I think is really cool. I think that Smother needs more love. Suspicions raised as the entire table eyes each other warily. Eyes one another warily. The game, guys? Vector's anti-projectile thing? Oh, got it. You love Track and Tongue and can't wait for Games for Freaks 4? Yeah. It is very funny to me that I made the video talking about downtime. And then it got some traction. People were watching it. People seemed to enjoy it. And then once Tom Bloom dropped the downtime stuff, multiple people hit me up and they're like, Tom Bloom stole your idea. And I'm like, well, that just shows how good of an idea it is if he comes up with it. So once I host for this group a bit and get better at running, you're going to start indoctrinating people. Gonna run a one shot in a VTuber server. I'll run one in your server. Listen, if more people run in my server, that's more games to go around then. Oh, freaky. This feels like a reference I'm not getting. No, so, oh, freaky. A bow and white half mask that exposed their chin and mouth, curling like fangs down their jaw. Oh, freaky. What are they? Some kind of spider person? This is where we get back to the various specialists. Yeah. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Using my powers of Forever DM Hood for good. I mean, that's what I did. I used my powers of Forever DM Hood to start the channel, right? You don't have players starting TTRPG channels. You have DMs. I need to step away for a second. My apologies. So I return. Okay. Gosh, we've been going for like 4 hours at this point. I generally go longer, but on coding streams, it's really just productivity. And I can feel the productivity is not as strong as it was like 2 hours ago. So I'm probably going to wrap up this section. I want to finish the section about if they explore and chail versus if they talk to them. And then I'm going to give a quick choice at the end to figure out how easy it is to actually get back to the back rooms where they find the ritual and they're going to find the boss. The issue with that is if they were part of the Ordo. So they go back and they start a ritual. Okay. Lord Victor, sorry again, but unfortunately even the Ordo Even the order must make when business comes up. So I want the third session. This is the second session. I want the third session to be stopping the Ordo. It's either exploration where they're trying to stop the puzzle or a fight where they're trying to fight the guy in charge of it. I'll know what the ritual is. I'll figure that out later. The question is, why would they... I like the idea that they think they're part of the Ordo, because the Ordo also involves Lowborn. Did I shoot the other people in chat? I feel like there's quite the wall of violence. Yeah, I mean, it's a productivity stream, so some people have just like been listening quietly, and some people died. Some you did execute. Nothing wrong with that. What are they? Some kind of spider person? So the very specialists split off and search the main floor menu. Which one finds the servant? And then I think this is where it's 4, 5, 6 are all specialists. So this would be player 4 bumps into them, literally. Pass. This would be player 5 sees them slip into another private room. Pass. And player 6 caught their mask from across the chamber. And then I think player 4 or I think that it's actually the other way around. I think it's player 4 does this. My favorite thing to do as a Forever DM is to host for other Forever DMs. You have Forever DM in your Zelda one shot. Nice. Yeah, I do love making. I love making content for other GMs, and that's primarily what I make my content for. I also make content for players. Like my Lancer shorts are actually player oriented, which funny enough because it's about playing the mechs, whereas my Mega Dungeon shorts are firmly at DMs. So I do like making a mix of content, and I think that being a Forever GM is a self-imposed cage. That is a take that I have, and I say that as a Forever GM. I think if you put your foot down and you're talking with your friends and they don't actually like be willing to run for you, that is like a failure of them in your friendship, and that's like an out of like D&D, out of TTRPG conversation to have. Because if you say, I want to have fun, and they say, no, we want you to continue having less fun to make fun for the rest of us. We want you to put in more work than the rest of us, and we're not going to even accommodate you when you express that you want to have fun. That's a problem, right? Player 4 sees them slip into another, saw the servant right as they slipped into a private room. With her eyes on the door, she flagged down the other specialists and gathered them outside it. After a few minutes, the servant left and headed into the staff-only section of the hall and headed left. Right. Player 5. Player 5 took the initiative and rushed forward, literally bumping into the servant. Due to the activity around them, they simply muttered an apology and continued on. Player 5 followed them to the staff-only section and watched them head left, I think. Player 6 caught their mask from across the chamber right as it went into the staff-only section. They managed to sidestep the crowd in order to watch the servant head left, right? So all of this comes back to the servant went in the staff-only area and head left. Left. So all of this is like, they went over there and like, that's where we need to go. The artist player lady, who I think is super duper cool, wants to host something in Kane. Nice. Yeah. Might take a week off after Hunt 3. Yeah, so I kept my Kane game, because it's a one-on-one game, very narrative oriented, very out of the hunts, which is not what Kane typically is. Kane is typically hunt after hunt after hunt. But I think particularly if you give a session or two between each hunt, that would really help the pacing of the game. Think what the frick. So this is still tailing the servant. Which one of them finds the servant? Blah 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 blah. From that turn, the servant explained something to a guard out of the specialists, out of the party's earshot. They gestured into the chamber and then went up a flight of stairs that coiled into, that led into the tallest tower of Manor Ventor. Great. So now party knows where to go. I don't know how long the hunts are going to be, but definitely I want downtime sessions. Yeah, Division 12, I keep hearing great things about it. I really need to check it out. Generally, hunts are going to be between, I want to say, like 2 to 4 sessions, if not like 2 to 3 sessions, because usually a hunt, you won't do it in one, unless it's like a really, like you get dropped off, you immediately talk to the host, and then you go in, then you fight it. I've had hunts that I thought would last 1 session as a player and as an admin where it went 2, and hunts where I thought it would go like 2 sessions, 3 sessions into like 3, 4. But also that's just dependent on how long it takes to chat and how slow you are, how much you push them. The party specialists returned to the rest of the party and explained the situation, filing out into the safety of the crowd. Right. So now that is, they tail it, right? Then they question the servant. This would be menu. Who gets the decisive piece of information. And this would be player 1 leverages being a highborn. Pass. Player 2 intimidates the servant. Yeah, Division 12 is a really awkward gauge because of how fast things move in there. They just kind of sort of show up, walk to the palace, and fight the guy. Yeah, so when I ran it, I made sure to follow, you have the transit scene in the car, you have a debrief scene, and usually you have a couple leads that you go to. So for instance, the most recent hunt I'm running, they were dropped off at an area. They had 3 spots that might be good information, but unclear where. They ended up going towards one of them. They immediately found a binder that they started talking to, and so now they have a local boots on the ground informant in the location. And it's really based on your preferences. It's really based on what you're up to and what you're interested in. Gosh. With social, the players keep a low profile, asking only questions they feel would be reasonable for a member of the Ordo to ask. As a result, you make sure to give extra context clues so they can continue to ask intelligent questions. The servant isn't dumb, but they have a preconception that of the party that's yet to be shattered. Though they're resistant to giving any more information on Lord Victor. Oh, it can't be Lord Victor. Wanna know why? It has to be Baron Victor, because this is already an LA by Night reference. On the Baron. I'm having them hunt a Lucifer parallel for session 1 since Lucifer. Right. So I saw you talking about this in the Discord. Yeah, I tended to be pretty agnostic in my cane, funny enough. I wasn't making too many like specific references to any particular real world mythology outside of like one of the call signs of the characters was Arthur because he acted like King Arthur. But I do think that making a very like thematic, in line with mythological references cane game would be very interesting. But I mean, it's also based on what you're running, right? It, like the Valentines that I've been running, Cupid, and this idea of like a gang or like a fraternity almost, this internal culture, this shared legacy they all have. That's very important to them. But like mythological references isn't. Though they're resistant to giving any more information on Baron Victor, on the Baron. On the Baron, they let slip he's they let slip his location. Who gets the decisive piece of information? Almost by accident. Player 1 leaned hard into his status as a highborn. This midborn servant deferred to him especially. So, at prompting from the rest of the party, he leaned into his status as a highborn. He full sent it. And as a result, the servant informed the party that the Baron was as a result, the servant informed the party that the Baron was currently engaged in oh, I know what to do. Instead of business is more important than the Ordo. But unfortunately, the defense of the Ordo. The defense of the Ordo comes before its scheduled meetings. Scheduled? The Ordo, that doesn't ring a bell. Should we ask about it? That definitely will show we're not whoever the servant thinks we are. The binder guy, instead of being cast from heaven, he got fired from his city council position for being a terrible person came to light. Most unrealistic bit about that. Someone being fired because they were a terrible person. I can't believe this. That would never happen in real life. As a result, in a ritual, the top of Ventor Tower. The details of the ritual, the servant will say. But it deals with Lowborn from beyond. Almost by accident, got impatient quite quickly with this sycophantic, sniveling servant. So he did what any self-respecting marshal would do and threatened the poor soul. And as a result, the servant informed the party that Baron was currently engaged in a ritual at the top of Venture Tower. The details of the power of the ritual, the servant would say, but it deals with Lowborn from beyond. At their leave, the servant quickly fled the scene. This feels so it's just them kind of arguing about what to do, which I don't want one scene to feel like it has more than the other, is my thing. You love leaning to religious stuff and mythologies in games. It's a very rich tapestry. It is, because it's culture. It's mythology. It's interesting. But at the same time, it's also, there's so much more than that. And I feel like a lot of people get caught up with that, particularly in a game like Kane, which is very inspired by Catholic imagery, right? In particular. In a game that has specific pulls from a religion or a culture or mythology. What the frick? What the frick? Sorry, I was grabbing my I was grabbing my video for today so I could post it on the Discord. And I saw recommended that apparently the newest Magic the Noah video has RT game. Pog. My model looks like a scared cat. What the frick? What's on with you? What the frick? Your model looks like a scared cat. Is it because of the eye bags? I've gotten raccoon before. I don't think I've gotten scared cat before. And I feel as though that's even more offensive. I feel as though that's blisteringly scintillating to my soul. So I drink some water and await the ad to hit. So we are going to have the servant quickly fed the scene. I think this is where they have a debrief to add more context and content to the scene, just like the other one had. And then they step out of the room, and then in both sides, they both know where the servant went and how to get there. I think that they talk it over and they overheard that. Okay, so that was informative. That was informative. Yeah, so let's act on that information. How? We just go wherever this Tower Ventor is. And where would that be? I imagine we can just walk around and find it very easily. It is the undisputed tallest tower in the valley. This is just another LA by Night reference. I don't know why. I have so much vampire on the brain with this. We have House Ventor and House Malka. In House Ventor is Victor, Baron Victor of the Valley, the undisputed Baron of the Valley. Wide eyes, eye bags. I'm a cat owner. I like cats. It's a good thing. It is the undisputed tallest tower in all of the valley. We can't have. It can't be that hard to find. That hard to find. Inside? Absolutely. There's a thing called roofs. There's a thing called a roof that might get in the way. There's a thing called a roof that might get in the way. Can we ask around for where the tower is? I think player 1 says that and says, let's go player 5, and then I think player 6 says, won't that be suspicious? Player 1 says, do we have another option? The party split up and asked around for where the entrance to the tower was. After some odd looks from behind masks, they eventually learned it was in the staff only section. Specifically, just to the just inside and to the left. The party reconvened amid the crowd to discuss their next move. Okay, so now what we have choices. We have silly choices. We have serious choices. We have characters that are getting bonuses. I need to go up here. I need to check week works. Week works. And who did you choose? Who did you choose? Who did you choose? That's just mood plus. Okay. So I made this plus or minus 2. Got it. That's what I wanted to check. That was one of the things I wanted to check. So what this is that I'm going into the decision here. If you choose player 1, player 1's mood increases by 2. Player 2's mood increases by 2. Player 4's mood increases because like you're basically giving them to be the star of the show for a little bit. And even if a character like player 2 is in a role-playing section that doesn't really care about, they're going to like that. A character that gets to like be the star of the show for a little bit is going to have some extra attention, is going to like the session a bit more. And so even if you do a combat section where they don't like combat, if they are the star of the show in that combat section, they'll probably not like it less, or they'll just like it. So that's what I'm going for. I want this to be purposely kind of messy in terms of what improves mood, but I don't want it to be messy in what decreases mood. I want it to be very clear cut what decreases a character's mood. And I want it to be very all over the place what gives you mood increases, but evenly distributed. So if I like character 3, I can pretty confidently not do stuff character 3 won't like, but I'm not really certain what's going to lead to them being happy. And with character 4, I can pretty confidently not do stuff they won't like, and pretty confidently do stuff that they will. And maybe have a chance to do stuff they will. Hello, Ken. So we are running through this. Okay. Question the servants. The menu. Okay, so party reconvened. We have one more choice here, and then it's going to be like a big cliffhanger, like, oh, end of the session, and then it's going to be after session chat. So it's going to be 3 choice. How do they get to the staff only section? And then it's going to be cliffhanger where they walk in on a ritual performed by Baron Victor. Dun dun. Okay. Okay. So do we just go for it? You got some oider to drink? I assume that's water, although if that's mixed with oil, I hope you're not drinking oily water. So do we just go for it? I don't see why not. As you say that, a guard steps into position beside the staff only entrance. As you say that, you see a guard step into position beside the staff only entrance. I'll just never speak again. Got it. Why can't we just walk by? We have Highborn. Why can't we just walk by? We could take him. And this is where player 5 says, or player 2 says, I'm all for reasonable tactical engagements. That sounds dumb. Oh. I'm all for reasonable tactical engagements. That sounds dumb. I don't think starting a fight here is our smartest option either. And that's where I think that's where player 1 goes, oh. Oh, sorry. And then that's where player 4 goes, why are you sorry? Just because it was a bad idea didn't mean anything about you. And then player 5 says, so we're just putting on a safety vest and clipboard and walking through. And then that's where I think player 6 goes, what? And then player 5 goes, you know, how no one will stop you if you seem like you belong. I don't think we can get safety vests here. And that doesn't sound much better than just hoping it'll work out. The party is divided and doesn't seem to be making a decision anytime soon. What do you do? Welcome back, B. What do you do? I think adversary, pass. I think we do collaborate, pass, and we do watch, pass. So this is where we do, okay, how are we getting into the staff only section and going up the stairs? Do you make it that it is hard for them to do so? Guards come by. People as part of the masquerade bother them, whatever. Collaborate, you offer them suggestions, you suggest ideas to do it, or you just watch what happens. You sit back, you're a viewer, you're an engager, you're not an engager. So this would be womp 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 womp. I'm sorry, I make noises. Adversary counter. Pog. Womp womp. Womp womp. Womp womp. Participant counter and observer counter. So this would be participant and observer. What is this? This is observer. This is there is a counter that you have a stat for, basically, which is over the course of the game, once a session, there's going to be a situation where the players need to make a decision. Are you going to sit back and watch what they do? You're an observer. Are you going to participate with them as if you're another player and give them suggestions, participant? Or are you an adversary where you challenge them whenever they try and make a decision to basically force their hand? Adversary. So not only do the players have their own preferences for the sort of game that you run, they will also reference when you ask them, hey, how's the game been going? They'll be like, you've been very adversarial. Like you have constantly thrown trials at us whenever we try and make a decision, or it's so weird. You're so quiet in game, and it's you're learning, you're listening to everything we say and incorporating it. We don't even realize you're there. That's the kind of stuff I want to include with this. This is not a very in-your-face thing. What do you do? Guards spot them and approach. suggest an alternative. Let them puzzle it out. Hey, some rando. A stretch. We're nearly done with week 2. Listen, if I can get like a week done a week, if I can do all of week 2 today, if I can like next week do all of week 3, and then I think I did after sessions in like half of it, like I did half of the after sessions in a week. So like, listen, if I keep being productive, I could get this done over the span of like text wise over the span of like 6 more weeks. Probably not with con, because that'd be after session, week 3, after session, week 4, after session. That's 8 weeks. And then the con, which the con would probably be like another session and a half. So that'd be like 10-ish total, which like I'm not planning on doing 10 more weeks of programming straight. I am planning on doing like a couple, but not a bunch. You're not playing again. Whoa. Let's start with let them puzzle it out. Better to let them make this decision. Maybe the con could be like 2. Well, so the con is you go to the con with one of your con buddies, and there's like a minor section in the front which is generic because you're just being introduced to the con, and then you go off on whatever side adventure your friend had. For instance, if you go with player 1, it's cosplay hijinks where you have a chaotic but good time. You get roped into a cosplay thing.
I'm feeling like the dedicated Friday productivity stream is less productive.
Yes, and
Saturday
have you
streams.
considered that on Fridays I'm less productive than on Saturdays? My productivity stream over on Mondays on Discord, that's even less productive than my Friday stream. And do you have a point you are trying to make, B? Saturday is just my productive day, I guess. And like if you go with player 2, there's fandom drama about toxic culture that deride him for his interests and expressions. So like it's the sort of thing where each of them has their own little side story at the con. I don't know if there's like, I could make it where you can go with multiple people, but I feel like that's not really in the spirit of a con. When is the Monday stream? This upcoming Monday stream is going to be on Discord at 12 p.m. PST. So 3 EST, and I think that is like 7 p.m. UTC-ish, but like noon Monday. And Tuesday, I would normally have a cane session. I want to hit up a cafe. It's a cafe, but if one isn't a Fujoshi, I will be very disappointed. I mean, I didn't make one explicitly a Fujoshi. I didn't make any of them not a Fujoshi. Like, none of these characters I gave sexualities to because, like, that's not really important to their character. The only one who's, like... 2 of them are non-binary, 2 of them are men, 2 of them are women. Guard Dog Femboy, player 2, probably has the most complicated relationship with gender because he is a man, he is a he-him, he is comfortable in his expression of that, but he expresses femininely, and that is like what is going to be explored here. But like player 5 and player 6, they're just non-binary, right? They don't have a particular like arc around being non-binary. Player 2 is actually the one that has an arc about his femininity, and that's just because I also did this in a story I wrote, where I portray a man that expresses femininely, and basically just that's one of his main struggles, is because I feel like a lot of people don't do or care about that, right? I feel like a lot of people just are like, haha, femboy hot, and they don't really think about how like genuinely subversive a man expressing femininely is while still being comfortable in his manhood. Particularly even from not just other men, but also from women and gender nonconforming people who assume things about him and that they know him better than he knows himself because of what they went through. Hello, Seldor. Japanese slang for female fans of anime, manga, and novels that focus on romantic or intimate relationships between male characters. No, I know it's not a sexuality. However, generally, if you are a fujoshi, you are probably a female fan who is attracted to men and likes the idea of two men kissing. And I haven't thought that far ahead in these characters. So, like, maybe there's some boy kissers. Who knows? Better let them make this decision. What is the decision they agree on? How do they do this? Likes the idea of two men kissing. Who would do that? Listen, as much as I joke about like loving yaoi and loving yuri, I do think it's kind of gross, the double standard that a lot of like classic fujoshis have about where if it's a yaoi, they think it's really hot, and if it's literally anything else, they think it's gross. Which, like, come on, do better. And that being said, I think it's very funny to be like, oh my gosh, yaoi. Like, I think that's really funny as a bit. But I do think that like the difference between yaoi and bara is something that a lot of fujoshis like do not vibe with. And I think that that's kind of disrespectful to gay men. And I wouldn't want to be disrespectful to gay men because I think I know a lot of gay men who are lovely, right? So I wouldn't want to disrespect them like that. But it is very funny to be like, oh my gosh, I'm such a fujoshi, yaoi. Better let them make the decision. How do they get through this? You're in a D&D party. You're in a TTRPG party. You are in the public area of a party, and there's a staff-only section that you need to get into. How do you, as a group, decide to go in it? I think it's either they just walk in and it works out fine, or they do some really convoluted, like over the top, like they make a distraction, then also use a rope bridge to climb over the sightline of the guards, and then they extend a rope down in a private room to pull up the person that was the distraction, and then they use magic in order to cushion the landing, and they jump over like the one guard that was there. I feel like it's gonna be something like that. Honestly, whoever makes the best sandwich miss. Oh, I want a sandwich now. Do we have bread? I didn't get ham. We have cheese. I can make a grilled cheese. I want to make a grilled cheese. I'm hungry. I want to make a grilled cheese. X and Y axis across the spectrum in all directions, and then outside that spectrum convince me the person who is responsible for hiring to hire me. Okay, that might be really funny. Honestly, I think it's even better let the character's sexuality is vague since there's a soft flirting. And that's the thing. Like the MC's gender is never specified. I am someone, and I understand this is my own personal biases and blind spots. I am someone who I consider guys to be gender neutral. I get like, hey guys, what's going on? So like, I'm like, this is someone where if someone refers to like, oh yeah, like, what do you guys think? That doesn't mean you group of men. To me, and all my life, it has meant you people, right? So like the MC's gender is not confirmed. There is a soft flirting option with every single character, and I could add in like, oh, what's your, like, how do you prefer to be referred to as? Do I add in pronouns? Like, I could add in pronouns. I could add in, do you prefer to be referred masculinely, femininely, or neutrally? And then if they ever like refer to you. But the issue is they're never going to do that. They can always just refer to you by name because it's so uncommon. Is bro, in my opinion, a gender neutral term? Okay, bro is weird for me because I am someone who I will absolutely bro you. Like for instance, earlier we were talking about Brazil, the Brazil bros. When I say that, I don't mean the men from Brazil. I mean the folks that watch from Brazil. And Brazil bros just happens to have a consonants to it. So I like saying Brazil bros. If someone bros me, it is entirely context dependent. right? If you are a dude bro and you call everyone bro, I assume you are calling me bro because you call everyone bro. However, if you're like trying to purposely like masculinize me, then that would be something where like, yeah, clearly you're saying that with intention of like bro, brother, like masculine behind it. Which I don't really care, but in most cases, but I try to not like bro, dude, like trans femmes, for instance, because I understand that might make them uncomfortable. But like, I don't know, I call a bunch of people bro. I have a friend, one of my fellow content creators. I have been broing him. I've been duding him. And he was like, yo, like, why did you suddenly start calling me bro and dude? I'm like, it's not sudden. I've been calling you bro and dude on and off for months. And he's like, yeah, but it's so weird. And I'm like, what's wrong? Like, it's just bro and dude. It's just a sign of familiarity. If I call you bro, that is a sign that like, well, so, okay. Again, it's contextual. Like, lil bro, I would say it's gender neutral. Sit down, lil bro. Sit down, lil bro. Like lil bro, back off. Like, I will call anyone lil bro. If you are someone who is like acting lil bro, you are lil bro. In the same way, like, hey, this is my bro. Now, the thing is, there are many women who, when I talk about them, I'll say, this is my girl. There are many feminine individuals, gender non-conforming individuals. This is my girl. And I do think that there is still gender behind it. I don't think it's fair to say bro is gender neutral. Just in the same way that girl is not gender neutral. However, I do think bro, guys, dude, have softened being masculine exclusive, or I guess masculine inclusive, because it's kind of like ils, elles is my first thought from like French. If you have a group of mixed gendered individuals, it's a gendered language, you go with the masculine form. That's kind of my thought process when I hear like guys, bros, dudes, like, yo, what's up guys? And like 3 women and 3 men raise their hands, and like a non-binary person also raise their hand. They're like, yay, arrow. For the record, I'm not a dude bro, but I used to watch a lot of TMNT. You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. Do we have another Brazil mention Pog? Oh my gosh. You don't even know my pronouns. You can't laugh at my pronouns. Don't bro me, arrow. Be bro nice, not bro mean. Listen, I'm of the opinion that like one of the most affirming things is like a gym bro. Or like a dude bro. Calling you bro. And I understand this is like very unique. This is very special for individuals. Oh no, we're being raided. Hi, I'm so sorry about what you're about to experience. I'm Arrow. I am currently programming a visual novel. Unfortunately, just because you're very lovely and rating from Just Jane, we have a tradition here where for 1 channel point, you can ban someone else in chat. I need my community to show up here. We have a running counter of all of the cowards that we have executed, so I need you to do that for me, if you would. And as you do that, I'm gonna shout you out. Thank you so much for the raid, by the way. Currently we're working on a visual novel where you can just end me. Listen, if you want to be ended, this is the time and the place to do it. All right, so what we do here is that when you raid us, we shoot you because we believe in castle doctrine and we will defend our line and property. Right now, we're talking about the intricacies of how do you feel when a gym bro or a dude bro calls you bro. I am non-binary. I am gender non-conforming, but I'm of the opinion that when a dude bro, someone at the gym, calls you bro, is like, yo, bro, what's up? How's it going, bro? Yo, did you hit your PB, bro? I am of the opinion that is a sign of inclusivity and respect, independent of gender. But I can never tell how people are feeling. And that's why I always have to ask. Like, if it's said without malice in their heart, exactly. I'm of the opinion that it is a sign of inclusivity. It doesn't matter if you're hyper femme or if you're non-binary, or if you're a man, or if you're a woman, or what age you are. What matters is that you are bro. Bro is gender. In the same way that calling someone lil bro is an insult independent of gender. Sit down, lil bro. Back off, lil bro. Hey, lil bro, stop shooting. Lil bro, gotta stop pulling that trigger. And that's the kind of thing where it's just like, lil bro and big bro can be gender neutral, is my interpretation. But yes, thank you so much for the raid. If we can stop firing, ceasefire. How is your, I presume programming is what you were up to. Otherwise, I'm not sure how you would have found me. But thank you very much for the follow, Motan, and everyone else who swung by. If you need to take care of yourself, by all means, go ahead, eat your food, drink your water, get off your screen time, make sure you get up and stretch. But the thing that we're working on right now is we are coding in RenPy. We're making a visual novel where we are trying to make a game where you are a game master of like a D&D TTRPG group that is in a new group running for them trying to make friends. And it's a platonic dating sim where you're trying to get to the point where everyone likes you. That sounds freaking amazing. Yeah, so it's really fun in trying to make it so that I'm running D&D for a group of NPCs that you get choices and you choose how the story goes and you guide how the sessions go. Where you decide, is this a combat or is this role-playing? Is this a puzzle or is this a serious moment? And then your players have different preferences. So player one really likes a silly game and they really don't like a serious game. So the sillier your game, the more player one will like you. And meanwhile, player two really likes combat, but really doesn't like role-playing. So if I run a very serious role-playing heavy game, player one and player two won't like me. Can you flirt platonically? Yeah, you can. A lot of the audience, a lot of the community really likes player three, and everyone says that they're flirting, which I think it's just banter, but thank you for the follow, Jane. Jane, if you're still here, please tell me what you were working on. I would love to learn now that you're not being shot at. But if you don't know, I'm actually mostly on YouTube. For anyone who is unaware, I make TTRPG content. I talk about Lancer, I talk about Kane, I talk about D&D, and my model breaks on occasion, particularly whenever I get raided. So I guess that's what we're doing here. But thank you for the follow, Jane. Thank you for the follow, Captain. And we are just working on week 2 of 4 for this game. There are 4 weeks, 1 session a week, and we're just about to wrap up week 2. You cannot afford another Riva. No. Tynek, they're back already. You only get banned for like 15 seconds. It's fine. So, what we're currently doing, the players are all together in a masquerade ball at a noble's manor. What if they dap up while yelling, "My man"? Listen, again, in the same way of like, if a gym bro calls me bro, if someone goes, "My man," and like daps me up, I absolutely, gosh, please hold. My model continues to break. It continues to be sad. It continues to explode constantly. Okay, I need all of you to just pray in chat for me. Please just in chat say arrow pray, pog. I need you to fill up the chat with that. I need you to send me your energy, and suddenly I will be able to return with the ability to simply manifest in my chibi form. Okay, the summoning ritual is completing. And there we go. Okay. I'm back in my Fugi form after my model has failed me. I sent beside my flesh and I ascended past this mortal coil, and yet I still need to sit on a dictionary because my chibi form is too tiny. Yeah, 3 accounts. So the little thing on top of my head, that's an arrow kisser. That's all the viewers. That's all of you. And I am currently struggling to sit in this chair that is made for normal size me, because right now I'm in chibi form. Exactly like Goku. Yes. We are all man, are we not? Listen, man's sins were not meant to be counted in the rounds of a chamber. It was meant to be counted in the field of battle by blood spilt on the scorching sand under the desert day. And that's why we are talking about a masquerade ball. Yay! So, how do we get to the point where all of these players... I suppose I should probably show off what this is. That's probably what you do when you get raided, isn't it? I'm mostly on YouTube. I'm not really a Twitch streamer too much, so I do get silly occasionally. What the frick? There we go. So I'm going to arrow kissers. Because again, thank you so much for the raid. Raid and run if you need. Take care of yourself, and I will hopefully continue to program effectively. So, skipping past the tutorial, real quick, how do you handle interplayer conflict as a GM? So this is one of the metrics that you have as a player. You either help them work through it, you help them sort it out, or you increase tension to speed things up. Let's say you help them sort it out. So let's speed ahead through this first section. So we're skipping through this whole section. Oh gosh. Okay, we're trying to get to week 2. Okay. So now we're in... No. What the frick? What the frick? Please hold. This is why you test your code instead of just raw dogging it. What didn't work? So I think what it was is that at the end of week 1, we return. And from week 1, we go back to start. And from start, we called week 1, but we never called week 2. Cool. Once more onto the breach. Also, fun fact, most Latin descendants languages have masculine be used for neutral. Yeah, that's what I assumed, is because, like, if it's a Romance language, most of the Romance languages have masculine form as the... Oh gosh. Most of them have masculine forms be the gender neutral for mixed gender groups. So that's a situation where, like, I think that's not ideal, but I think that's better than just nothing. And that's also better than just throwing in random extra letters that upset the local speakers. Okay, so another week since your last session. Unfortunately, player 3 wasn't feeling well today and had to cancel last minute. How did you respond? I think we wish her well. You wished her well and a speedy recovery. Her response was simple. I wish I could just magic away cramps. Valid. She expressed her apologies for canceling last minute, and you continued the session with the rest of the party. Upon returning to House Malka, the party was rewarded for not only retrieving the Ox Skull, but also the House of Ventor sigil. That did little to repair their reputation, though. So with no more work at House Malka, the party took the initiative to infiltrate House Ventor themselves. They had to rely on Player 1 Renaissance Jock and Player 6 to do the talking, since House Ventor's bias against Highborn. Though, due to some assistance from the rest of the party, they managed to secure an invitation to an upcoming masquerade. One shopping trip later, the party had nice enough outfits and distinct enough masks to fit in. But their ability to actually mingle was another matter. Why was it so difficult? Was it a raucous, debaucherous party, or it was just the rules of polite society? I think it was a raucous, debaucherous party. I thought, what if the genders of the players? What? Well, so the players, I explicitly made it that there's 2 masculine, or 2 male players, 2 female players, 2 non-binary players. They vary in how they express their femininity and masculinity, but I wanted 1 more masculine man, 1 more feminine man, 1 more masculine woman, 1 more feminine woman, and 1 more very androgynous because they have a lot of masculine and feminine traits, a non-binary individual. and one very low gender expression, non-binary individual. Wolk, you have a terrible sleep schedule when you catch my streams. Please rest up. Luckily, this was an adventurer-friendly environment. A band of summoned highborn blared upbeat music with a magic-boosted bass drum kicking momentum forward. An open bar served alcohol-infused pastries, and a vat of what was best described as medieval jungle juice. Nobles and servants danced around one another, laughing despite their rank or relationship. Some snuck off to back rooms, lingering with smoke and hushed voices for some privacy. Masks were merely a vessel to keep yourself anonymous as you engaged in vice. And as such, actually getting information from anyone turned out to be quite difficult. The party reconvened in a private room. We're not getting anywhere. This certainly isn't what I expected. I think it's cool. I didn't say it wasn't cool, just that it was unexpected. We still have no idea who here is tied to the orcs. Kinda wished we asked for more information on their supplier now. Well, it's a little late of that. I was expecting to have some sort of clout from being a highborn, but they just keep ignoring me. That's because you're not the most charismatic. What the heck, man? What? You didn't build Tyrius to be a social character. Oh, you meant... Right. What avenues haven't we explored yet? First, we need to figure out what exactly we're looking for. Who's working with the orcs? Yeah, but how do we find that out? The players didn't really come here with a plan, and now they're suffering as a result. In all honesty, you didn't expect them to come here at all, so you just barely threw notes together during their shopping. They don't have a lead because you never gave them one. And what if there's more going on? Player 6 is a genius. You planned on introducing the cult that makes up House Ventor's upper caste to the next session, but now's a good time as any. The only question is, how do you get the players informed about the cult's existence? A hapless servant would do. As you're discussing this, a servant slips into the room you're in. They put a hand on their throat and bow to you all. Their eyes never raise above your feet, and they speak at the ground. If you're waiting on the Baron, I'm afraid he has other business to attend to tonight. Sorry about that. Who the heck is Baron? Do any of us recognize that name? The current head of House Ventor is Baron Victor Ventor. This guy thinks we were waiting to meet the head of House Ventor? We can use this. I roll my eyes and say, after he kept us waiting so long? The servant bows just a little deeper. Sorry again, but unfortunately, the defense of the Ordo comes before its scheduled meetings. The Ordo? That doesn't ring a bell. Should we ask about it? That'd definitely show we're not whoever this servant thinks we are. And when will Victor be done? Unclear, though it sounded as though the Baron would be busy for the remainder of the party. Sorry again. Can this guy stop apologizing? You're one to talk. The players now know of the Ordo Tyrannus, or at least have a lead on it. Your initial plan was to have the servant name drop it and leave, though why not let the servant say everything? That might not be very realistic, but it could be fun. So what having the servant realize their mistake and the party having to follow them? How does the party get more information on the Ordo? Do they tail the servant or they question them? The Balatro is cracking you up. Listen, do not mind Jimbo. Jimbo is enjoying Jimbo's time in the soup. That is what the soup bowl is for, and that is all that you need to worry about. Rawr! Take my money! Well, okay, fine, if you're gonna throw it at me, I guess. But, we are sipping water and going through the Ordo and the servant and the game. They tail the servant, they question the servant. They tail the servant. Exploration Pog. The players ask some more probing questions, which the servant grows steadily more wary of. It reaches a breaking point when even the lowborn player 5 calls the Baron simply Victor. At that, even beneath the mask, you can see the servant go pale. They recognize they aren't talking to who they thought they were. I'm gonna grab them. Wait, what if we tail them instead? What do you mean? If we just hold them down and interrogate them, they have no reason to give us truthful information. I have Aura Tongue, so if I roll for it, then they can't intentionally lie. What are we gonna do after? Stab them? You might be right. How do we play off this whole situation? What if we just let them go? That might work. If none of you try anything, the servant simply apologizes that they drank too much and that they were speaking nonsense. With a quicker and lighter step than you'd expect, they slip back out the door. Wait, didn't player 5 refer to Baron as Victor earlier? Yeah, so player 5 referred to Victor. However, it is... even the lowborn player 5... not player 5. Was it player 5? Oh, you're so right. This is why we test things. This is why we... So player 5, let's swap that out to... Bwah. I away into the night. Tally ho! Enjoy. And when will Victor be done? Okay. Good. So now, so we changed that so player 1 referred to it first. Oh. Player 1 referred to it first, and now player 5 is calling them Victor. That's when they go pale. I'm going to grab them. You might be right. How do we pull off this whole situation? What if we just let them go? That might work. They apologize. With a quicker and lighter step than you'd expect, they slip back out the door. I'm going after them. I'm a highborn specialist. Should I? Why can't you both go? All of us specialists might as well. The three of you slip out the door in turn and are greeted with the entire masquerade in full swing. Someone has summoned support for the band, and they're about twice the volume they were before. A verifiable mosh pit has formed, where servants and nobles are slamming into one another, knocking masks aside and laughing, and the servant is nowhere to be found. What was our mask like? A bone-white half-mask that exposes their chin and mouth, curling like fangs down their jaw. Or an anthropomorphic wolf head. What, like a fursuit? Are all of the Ordo just furries? Then why'd they think we were in the Ordo? Suspicions raised as the entire table eyes one another warily. The game, guys? The various specialists split off in search of the main floor. Which one finds the servant? My food dish is empty. Please fix. Listen, Neko. Don't make me catch you by the scruff. I will toss you out. I will toss you out without so much as filling your food dish. Yes, I will fill your water dish, because that's cruel and unusual, but you can, fend for yourself out in the wilderness. You can go and catch tuna in the stream by yourself and cook it up in a fancy feast, fit for a cat. I believe in you. You got this, bro. Okay. I'm going to summon my model once more. I'm going to will it into existence, and this is going to work because I am simply just that guy. Oh, it worked. Momentarily, I was here. I'm back! Alright, all's well. Tuna don't live in streams? Oh, they're ocean. Alright, so I'll just toss Neko in the ocean, and then he can, swim around, catch a tuna, it'll be fine. I was thinking of salmon. What can I say? Hey, Rory. You know what? I think Rory doesn't deserve to fire that gun. Can we get some banished Rorys? I know we can only do one, but that's all. Thank you. Thank you, Rory. I think player 5 bumps into them literally. They took the initiative and rushed forward, literally bumping into the servant. Due to the activity around them, they simply muttered an apology and continued on. Player 5 followed them to the staff-only section and watched them head left. From that turn, the servant explained something to a guard out of the party's earshot. They gestured towards the chamber and then went up a flight of stairs that led to the tallest tower of Manor Ventor. The specialists returned to the rest of the party and explained the situation, filing out into the crowd for safety. So do we just go for it? I don't see why not. As you say that, you see a guard steps into position beside the staff-only entrance. I'll just never speak again, got it. Why can't we just walk by? We could take him. I'm all for reasonable tactical engagements. That sounds dumb. Also, the purge was to symbolize someone getting gorbed. No, we had to give them divorce papers first. Gorb, you made a promise that you have to keep. Neko doesn't commit as many crimes. That is true. I could banish Neko. However, Neko just comes in here and bothers me about tuna. Can I make a puppy girl, puppy guy, puppy them game with mexploitation themes where Arrow is the handler? Hey, Celador? What the frick? What the frick? What? Chow is not part of the promise, that's fair. Can we get 86 but Arrow's the handler? Listen, Rory, all I'm gonna say, meet up for a con, Lena and Shin cosplay. No one would get it, but we could pull it off. We could do it, and that's how we could rock it. It would go so hard. It would go so hard. Gosh. I don't think starting a fight here is our smartest option either. Oh, sorry. What are you sorry about? Just because it was a bad idea didn't mean anything about you. So we're just putting on safety vest and clipboard and walking through? What? You know, how no one will stop you if you seem like you belong? I don't think we can get safety vests here. And that doesn't sound much better than just hoping it'll work out. The party's divided, doesn't seem to be making a decision anytime soon. And then this is the decision we got to. Got it. Okay, so. I need to show off real quick. Goodbye, AI images. All I'm saying is this fit would go hard. All I'm saying is this fit would go hard. I could pull this off. I believe in me. And then Rory would literally actually just shoot me. Oh, look, here's a double. Boom. Okay, so clearly. We have Arrow. We have Rory. And we have Neko. Easy. Fun fact, Rifts has a RCC called Dog Boys? What? You can get behind Rory on that. 86 is great. 86 is great. I watched 86 with Rory and some of his friends, and I went back and forth so many times on how far I thought I was going to go. I did not expect them to kill as many of the characters as they did, and then I assumed they were going to kill all of them. And I was shocked when I realized that I was watching an anime. Because in anime, there are no consequences. No one can die, and there is no sadness. There is only melancholic optimism cautiously put forward to an uncertain future, right? And so I did not realize that all of 86 is simply the prologue to the actual story 86 wants to tell. And I really respect that. Swap the outfits? What? You want me to be in this fit? Rory to be in this one? Or are you saying that, like, Rory should be the robot, Neko should be Lena, and then I should be Shin? Because that's an alternative. Kill all anime for shame. Listen. Anime, as a medium, has done nothing for society. If you watch anime, if you watch and talk about anime, if you've ever mentioned anime positively in any capacity, I just don't think that you're contributing to society. I just think that if you know, like, any kind of anime, like if you like watch an anime like 86 or something, like that just means that you're not poggers. Like if you know who like a random character from an anime that a lot of people don't know about is, then that just means that like you're not worth it. You're not actually contributing. And I think that the more you talk about anime, the worse it is, right? Anime as a medium hasn't done anything because, like any other medium, it's a vehicle to communicate. Got me there. Listen, I would absolutely do a cosplay of Shin if Rory did a cosplay of Lena. I can't believe someone just killed anime. We literally are anime down. So, let me finish up this section. We are going to close out of the game capture because we need like 2 more paragraphs, bro. Because Palladium Games has the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles license, and games like Roadhogs, where you play mutant animals, they decided to add to them to Rifts as psychic bloodhound mutant dogs. Okay, what I will say, I grew up with like the TMNT VHS, like OG movie. Never got into it. Didn't read the comics, didn't watch the cartoon, nothing. TMNT, never got into it. I saw it growing up. I knew about it. Never was really involved in it. Can someone explain to me the longevity of TMNT? It feels firmly 90s, and I feel like the kind of nostalgia train of the 90s through like the early 2010s. Or because like 2010s or like 90s shifted into the 2000s as culture tends to do. 2000s into the 2010s where 80s nostalgia was actually really popular, and then late 2010s into the late 2010s we hit 90s nostalgia, and now we're pretty firmly in 2000s nostalgia. Like in the next like 6 years we're going to be hitting 2010s nostalgia, which is horrifying. Like 2030 is like 20 years since 2010. Did you know we're closer to the year 2040 than 1040? Really makes you think. I think you just dated yourself by the VHS. Listen, I referenced Billy Mays. His most popular recent commercial was like 2009. I'm dating myself because no one else. I'm not gonna say that. TMNT endures despite being a pop culture reference bundle because, much like Garfield, it's embedded itself in pop culture. I mean, no. Like I would say TMNT is like Sonic, where Sonic is propped up almost entirely by being a 90s property that people have nostalgia for. I think Crash Bandicoot, similarly, a 90s property people have nostalgia for. And I think the order is Crash Bandicoot is the lowest, and then it's TMNT, and then it's Sonic, where Sonic still has people today liking and discovering Sonic independent of nostalgia because there's still been more Sonic stuff that has been produced consistently. TMNT, like every like 10 years, will have some big drop. I think like Last Ronin was like 2018, 2019. And that got really popular. I think that there was a big push for TMNT around like 2009, 2010. I can't wait to be the guy who vividly remembers things that happened to him 20 years ago. I can't even remember things that vividly happened to me 20 years ago. It uses some of the strongest iconic distillations where it's serious but not serious, yeah. The difference between Sonic and TMNT is that Sonic actually produces some good products. Okay, you say that? Every Sonic fan I've spoken to universally has said mainline Sonic products suck. Over like anything since like OG like Sega Genesis, mainline Sonic games sucked. The comics, the shows, and the movies, bangers, is what I've heard. Overwhelmingly. Sonic as a property sucks at interactable media. And I think it's because you can't do the fantasy of going super fast while also having a fun game, right? Unless it's like literally a racing game. Like IWD Comics, some great games, and look for Last Ronin. Batman X TMNT cartoon rocked. This is where I watched my parents die. Cowabunga! Okay, we're so close. We're so close. We're nearly finished. We are at the climax. We're nearly done. This is not the climax at all. The climax is in like week 3, but okay. Fair enough. I'm not really a comics person, so that's probably why those are under the radar for me. I also am not a comics person. I just recently started getting manga. Like I've just over the past like couple months been like seriously getting into manga, where like I'll go to the library and like rent out manga consistently. I have some anime that I want to watch, but I have not been doing that because I have other shows to watch too, and I have not been watching those because I've been editing. Oh gosh, what are we doing here? I'm so tired. I just want to finish this. I just want to be done. Dun dun dun. There's a TMNT beat 'em up? That sounds awesome. Like Streets of Rage, but TMNT. Guard spot them and approach. As you're discussing this, the guard at the staff only entrance locks eyes with you. They see you staring and discussing, perhaps even seeing the lowborn among you. That sounds bad. The guard steps away from their post and walks towards you. Wait, that's great. Wait, that's great. That sounds good. All right, follow my lead. And player 4, I think, leads the group in a backtracking arc where the guard loses sight of them briefly and allows them to sneak past. At the staff-only entrance, another guard is further in to the right. So the party heads left. They... Okay, so basically it's the guard sees you and starts approaching. That sounds bad. They step away from their post. That sounds good. All right, follow my lead. They lead the group in backtracking arc. The guard loses sight of them briefly and lets them sneak past. At the staff only entrance, another guard is further to the right, so the party heads left. So now what? And then I think this says up those stairs. And this is where the party collectively goes up the stairs together. That is the end of that little section. Participation. You lean forward, ask the party question. What social abilities do you have access to? I asked the party a simple question. So, they have magic, they have abilities, they have stuff they can probably just use illusions. P1 says, I can summon a highborn to get through. Player 6 says, I can make them tell the truth. And I think that's where... Bum-ba-da-dum. I think that's where player 5... player 2 says... not player 2. I think player 5 says... What does player 5 do? They are lowborn specialists, so like demon that has rogue powers that constantly wants to adventure. Don't you also have sneaking powers? Yes, but just for me. Don't one of you have an ability to charm someone? Don't one of you have an ability to charm someone? And then this is where that'd be a lowborn power. So that would be either, I think player 6 says, do I? Oh, what am I on about? Blah, 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 blah. No, I think that it's, look at your tier 1 abilities. And then after a moment, Player 6 found it. Shadow Shawl, or what's a good ability for like a charm ability that you're like pulling the wool over someone's eyes? Shadow, not Shadow Sight, Dark Wool. Yeah, Dark Wool. Dark Wool, pull Shadow into Dark Wool, pull shadows into an illusion, and altering how the victim views Dark Wool lets me inflict illusions on a target, and I can control the illusion with a roll. Arrow script kitty, what does that mean? What do you want about that? After some brief arguing, the party approached the guard. P6 used their ability and successfully rolled an 8+. And the guard let them pass. They confirmed the stairs were the correct. The stairs to the left were the correct passage. After some brief arguing, the party approached the guard. P6 used their ability and successfully rolled an 8+, and the guard let them pass. They also confirmed the stairwell to the left was the proper path. And then better let them make this decision. I think they do something stupid. I think they get up to nonsense. I think that they do something that is like, they form a distraction and then the distraction doesn't work. So they like form another distraction, and then like 2 of them are on the outside, 4 of them on the inside. So then one of them on the inside has to like make another. I think it's like, the party, perhaps it wasn't the most well-advised decision. Means you're a super cool hacker? Yeah, sure. Perhaps it wasn't the most well-advised decision, but it allowed, perhaps not the most well-advised decision, but allows the party to have the freedom of choice. What they chose was to start a fight with a random noble, which didn't get the attention of the right guard. So they then backed off and pretended to have been pickpocketed. That, at least, distracted the guard enough for the party to mostly sneak past, though now player 1 was stuck on the outside. This led to player 6 having to use an ability to help him sneak, meaning the guard was now on the lookout for this disappearing guest. The party headed left towards the stairwell in the meantime. Okay, so all of these paths lead to the stairwell. Walking up the stairwell was just confirm up those stairs. You head upstairs. Head up the stairs. Slight echo to each footfall. There's no light in here. So those of you who aren't lowborn are operating entirely off of touch. Really? No torches? I think this is where player 6 says, or no, I think this is where you, as the GM, say, torches are for outdoor lighting, candles for inside, but usually it's more efficient to carry them around. Learn something new every day. It takes a few minutes to reach the top, spiraling in a stone circle over and over until you reach a reinforced door. Light flickers from underneath. Light flickers from underneath, and you... light shines from underneath. Not the... Light shines from underneath. Not the flicker of flame, but the glowing... But the glow... With the glowing radiance of brilliance. I guess that makes sense. Can we hear anything? It sounds like someone is speaking. It sounds like someone is speaking, and there's this flute being played. Let's go in. And then this is where player 6 would say, let's talk first. Player 4 says, I want to figure out what that flute is. And this is where player 5, who's the instigator, said a few minutes of pitch black sounds terrifying. Yeah. I want to figure out what that flute is. We'll find out if we go in. Player 2 says, can you cool it for 5 minutes? I was cool the whole way up here. Now my character's antsy. If you wanted light, I could have made some. And then this is, without player 3, I think that they're kind of lacking focus. And so, can all of you shut up so I can hear? Inside, the flute is playing notes seemingly without melody. Player 6. Zerstrada, which is player 6's character. Zerstrada has a background in music. And And player 6 says correct. You and Tyrius can easily put together that this is some sort of component of a ritual where notes are being played to guide a rhythmic somatic component. So the flute's not actually important, it's just to keep someone on track. This is something no seem with Mount Melody, though they are repeating. So if this not is keep someone on track or someone. Player 5. I check to see if the door is locked. Player 1. It's not. You ready? And then I think this is where a player says, can I prepare Hardy first? Yeah. And anyone else can do preparation they want. I want to summon a lesser highborn and roll for it. And I want to summon lesser highborn under my control. This is where you say, go ahead and roll. Anyone else? Player 6. Shadow Stride. Shadow Stride on me. And I think this is... I'm going to take out that oil flask I got. I'm going to take out that oil flask I got and just... I'm going to take out that... I'm going to take out those potions I got and just make sure they're accessible. Everyone confirms their abilities, and everyone confirms their abilities, and so the party opens the door. I think this is where we do. Inside is a study with shelves lining the walls and with shelves lining the walls and filled with tomes. 2 tables push into the wall under closed windows. Off to the side. Hi, Vivi. How's it going? Well, we had this once before, and we're gonna do it again. You have until the fire fades to defend your territory, Arrow Kissers. We are going to show these mad scientists exactly what it means to invade my territory and my land. This is our turf. We're not gonna take any kind of disrespect from you, Vivi. We're not going to sit here and allow your people to come. They got guns too. They got guns too. We got to fire back. Fire back. Fire back. We're executing those cowards. These cowards are gone. They're done so. We're taking them out back and we are putting them in the ground. And now, hold. Hold. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. Vivi's people are done. They tactical nuke incoming. Oh no. Let me let me give Vivi a shout out. So if you don't know, Vivi, lovely VTuber, mad scientist VTuber, also a mad scientist in real life. Recently was the science consultant on Subnautica 2, which is really cool. And is the devil on my shoulder telling me I need to talk more about Exalted. And I do need to talk more about Exalted, but I'm doing other things right now. I am Arrow. I am a TTRPG VTuber, where I mostly am over on YouTube. Here on Twitch, we have been programming a visual novel where you are a GM, a TTRPG GM that joins a new group, and you are trying to effectively run a platonic dating sim. You are making friends with these people, and based on how you run the game, will determine how much they like you and how willing they are to be your friend. That was something, you know it, Zanes. Reminds me of the good old days of gang warfare. There were no good old days of gang warfare. Gang warfare is a horrific thing, which is why you should stay off our turf. Which is why we will defend our turf. Can you F the dice? I don't see why not. Like, I'm not going to program that, and you're not getting art for that. But, like, maybe I can get some SFX for you if you really are motivated. But yeah, so this is a game where you are running a TTRPG. You are running a game for a group of people, and you're trying to connect with the players, not the characters. Giant transmutation circle set. Funny you mentioned that. We're talking about a giant transmutation circle right now. So inside is a study with shelves lining the walls and filled with tomes. 2 tables push into the wall under closed windows. Off to the side, a group of 6 masked individuals kneel beside a woman playing a flute. They sway with their hands, making making strange gestures. They sway in unison, hands making odd gestures. In the room's center is a well-dressed man in a snarling orc mask, I guess. They really are nay-naying. You got it in one. In the room center is a well-dressed man standing perfectly still. His expression hidden by a snarling rabbit mask with the ears torn. He turns to look over his shoulder at you all, and you see the golden glow of the high plane in his eyes. He speaks simply and with a voice that echoes in your mind. Ah, and here come our honored guests. And that's where we'll end it for the week. And so, like, we want to end it on a plot hook. We want to end it on a cliffhanger. We want to end it on, like, your classic TTRPG. You burst down the door, you see the cult leader, and then it's like, right. We're talking about the Spirit Halloween Scary Bunny Mask. I don't know. I just said random things. We want to... No. We were talking about TMNT earlier. A snarling turtle mask. Turtle. And that's where we'll end it for the week. The whole table erupts into... the whole table erupts into... What's it called? When someone's displeased? They're like, how dare you? Ah, blah, blah, blah. The word's escaping me. The whole table objection groans into groans and objections. to cutting it off here. We still have 10 minutes. Do you really think we can finish this encounter in 10 minutes? Maybe. We could kill this guy in 5. Not to mention that player 3 isn't here. So I'd love to... Not to mention that player 3 isn't here. So I'd love to give her the chance to be here for that. Groan! How can a turtle snarl? Because it's a mask that is not supposed to actually be a turtle face. It is a snarling turtle. It looks like a turtle. It is a TMNT turtle. And who else is going to be busy? Was it going to be player 1? What the frick? What the heck? Okay, so, what the hecky? What the frick? Now I need to go back in my code. I need to figure out, okay, where's the thing? This is my issue, is I'm trying to figure out, like, where did I add? Oh, heck, I didn't add in the thing. Where is my list? I made a list. Present players. This is of end of week. This is for silly mood. Do I only reference it here? What the frick? What the frick? Oh, criminy. That's scary. Yeah, it's like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's not supposed to be pleasant. It's supposed to be horrible. It's supposed to be awful. I need to add in remove P3 from present players. Player 2. They're all complaining, they're groaning, they're like, why couldn't we just finish this? And then I think this is where, why am I not remembering this? Okay, so the way this works, after every session, you can have one player stay after, and they can help you clean up, and that is a time to get to know them better. So you have the first after session cleanup with each of them, and then you have a second after session cleanup with each of them. Right? And it's just a way to get to know them better. So what this is that it's going to be player 1, player 3, and I think player 4 are the 3 players who each miss a session. Since this is coding, there's a 90% chance, just a simple syntax error. That's the thing. It's not an error. It's me wondering where in my comments I put the note that... Right. So player 1 is on week 3, player 3 is on week 2, player 4 is on week 4. Got it. So player 1 is going to miss week 4, but I think that's planned. So player 1 says, oh, shoot. I guess I'm missing that then. You won't be here next week? Yeah, got a work thing that I can't dodge. Yeah, I got a work thing I can't dodge, so I can't really... so I'll just have to miss it. And I think this is where other people are like, we can skip a week. And then this is where I think someone else goes, we don't really have the time, but does another day work? I think this is after some after some discussion, it turns out next week at the normal time works best for everyone. It seems as though player 1 will just have to miss it. And then I think this is now, that's the end of that. Now it's the after session section where call end of week 2, or is it call after session for week 2? We've done all of normal week 2. Now it is, we call the specific after session. So we set up after session week 1 where, and it's just call after session choice. So like, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to close that. I'm going to go down to the bottom of week 2. After week 2, I'm going to go there. I'm going to put that there. I'm going to go there. I'm going to go week 2 after session. I'm going to delete. Going to from week 2 after session 2. Okay, cool. So now this is after session lead in. And then after this, it's just write up the little bit about the after session. It's like 5 lines of dialogue, just kind of like ending the session. And then after the session is over, you choose one person and we have to go through all of the after session 2s. If I'm smart on Monday, I would do that on the Discord call, because the Discord call is just me chilling. It's just me doing whatever I want. So if I want to be productive in code, I can, or I could write, or I could read, or do whatever. I think in the meantime, it has been 5.5 hours and I am kind of hungry. So what I'm going to do is here at Espanol. Let me send y'all over to a bird VTuber. I would normally just keep going, but it is late. I do have stuff to do after this. I am hungry. So I'm going to raid out to you. And no hablo inglés. Yes, exactly. Thank you all so much for swinging by. I'm unfamiliar with Pushpin Bird, but they are currently working on a game design doc, so we'll go and give them some love. Check me out on the Discord, on YouTube, if you don't know. And I primarily make TTRPG content. Today I made a video about Lancer. Tomorrow will be a voiceover meme, because I'm also a voice actor. And Monday on the Discord at noon PST will be a Discord stream. On Wednesday, it's just going to be a normal TTRPG chatting stream. Friday, not sure what I'm going to do yet. Saturday, I may or may not program. I might just hop in another game. So remember to arrow raid Pog. Remember to send your arrow raid Pog as raid message. And yeah, I'm going to ping again on Xeneolithic probably and be like, hey, who wants it? Ken, feel free to be more aggressive. Feel free to make one of the forums and be like, hey, looking for Xeneolithic, and ping the arrow playtesting role because I want people playtesting. But in the meantime, thank you all so much for coming by, whether you're a lurker, active participant, or a raider. But thank you so much.